I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt,
Hey, Robin.
Senator Boyd,
Hey, I'm Gilbert.
Senator Brumfield,
Nice to see you, Brett.
Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by the Reverend Fred Britton, who is the retired District Superintendent of District 4 in the Mississippi Conference of the United Methodist Church. Reverend Britton is a guest of Senator Robinson, and you may well remember his brother. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Senator Robinson. Reverend?
Thank you. May we pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessings upon our Mississippi State Senators and all who serve this body. Our earnest prayer is that today and every day they will lead with the God-given wisdom and humility, knowing that they have the wonderful opportunity to bring light and hope to our state where there is darkness and despair. During the season of Lent, we are mindful that we are dust, and to dust we shall return. We know ultimately it is only by your saving grace, through the redemptive the redemptive power of the cross, that we will have the hope of redemption, and the sure hope that when our journey on this earth is ended, we will be gathered with you and all those who love you. Until that time, throughout our lives, give us the strength, knowledge, and wisdom to do your will. When we stand before you, O Lord, may we be ready to give an account to you, knowing that we strive to do our best in doing your will. Bless our state senators, and may they use the strength, knowledge, and wisdom you have given them to properly understand the challenges before them and to make the right decisions and make a godly difference in our state. May they discern the best ways to utilize our state resources on behalf of all the residents of the state of Mississippi. May your blessing and wise guidance be with Governor Tate Reeves, Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holzman, of course our state senators and state representatives and all other elected officials as they endeavor to work together in the best interest of all who reside in the communities of our beloved state of Mississippi. This we pray in the precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Fred, you standing right here, and you'll take a picture. You get right by the flag. Oh, you're the number one guy.
Will.
Glad that you're talking. Thank you. Please hang around a little bit. Robin, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Britton. Thank you, Robin. Senator Robinson. Now the reading of the journal, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll go to introduction of guests. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm pleased to have a group of people here today in the North Gallery on the top row from the Buddy Center in Richland, which is more formally known as the Central Mississippi Down Syndrome Society. Executive Director Judy Qualls is here with several buddies and their parents who are enjoying a visit to our beautiful capital today. Senators, will you please join me in welcoming members of the Mississippi Central Society, the Down Syndrome Society, to the state capitol.
Tremendous work y'all do. Thank you very much for all you do. Senator Wiggins.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator England and Senator Seymour and myself, if they would all stand, we have with us Leadership Jackson County, part of Jackson County Chamber of Commerce. They're all here. If you would please stand. These are community and business leaders and throughout Jackson County. We appreciate them being here. Please give them a warm welcome.
Welcome. Appreciate you coming up from the coast today to be with us. Senator Tate.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
In the South Gallery, we have with us today a senior from Lamar High School, Olivia Brent. Miss Olivia, if you will stand. And Senate, if y'all will, make her feel welcome.
Senator McCon.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
It is my dear pleasure to have my wife, Carrie, and the little fellow Whit over there, so make them feel welcome today.
Whit's unimpressed with you, Senator. Senator Robinson.
Introduction, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
If you would please turn your attention to the South Gallery, would you all please stand? I would like to introduce Rebecca Staples, who is here today with her friends from Chile. They are in Wayne County, and they are working with the church there, and we're glad to have them in the Capitol. Also with Rebecca are Ted Newsom and Hope Newsom Staples, her sister-in-law. So glad to have y'all in the Capitol today. Welcome.
Beautiful country, and we're pleased to have you with us today. Senator England.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I'm very pleased to have with me here today my daughter Grace standing here with me, and my wife Melissa is over at the smokers table. Let's please make them feel welcome.
Yeah. Thank you and welcome. Spring break. Senator DeBar.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over by the smokers table, next to Senator McConn's wife, is Jennifer Pulliam. She is the mother of one of our pages. Jennifer is the vice principal at our high school in Greene County. So if the Senate will help make her welcome, and we're glad to have her here today.
Thank you. Any other, any other introductions? Any other introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar. Appropriations, Senator Hobson. Whoa. Hold on just a second. Okay, Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Senator McMahon.
I rise for an introduction.
Please proceed.
Of a resolution out of order.
Please proceed to the Secretary's desk. Thank you, Senator Norwood.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Introduction of the resolution.
Please proceed to the Secretary's desk. Senator Bryan, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Commend Tupelo High School Lady Wave girls basketball team for second consecutive Class 7A state championship.
And the second one, Mr. Clerk.
A resolution congratulating Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Inc. on the occasion of its Policy Impact 2025, aka Day at the Mississippi State Capitol, to promote advocacy and take action for human rights and social justice.
Thank you to the chairman. Senator Bryan, you're now recognized.
Mr. President, we have with us today Emily Wagster Pettis, who is being recognized. With her is her husband, Gary. In an abundance of caution, I'm going to ask for floor privileges for them, although I think each of them has floor privileges anyway.
Please show Emily to the front. She's usually in the desk behind. To the front of the Senate.
Mr. President, this is a special time for all of us in the Senate. Emily Wagster has covered the legislature for the Associated Press for a quarter of a century, and she was here on behalf of the Clarion Ledger for a decade before that. You spent a lot of time sitting in those chairs right over there, and could have spent more time there had she not got lost out on the other end of this building from time to time. It's truly a remarkable career. If you were to look at a dictionary and look at the definition of a reporter, you could find a picture of Emily Wagster. Her reporting has always been fair and accurate, and I don't think that anyone reading her reports had any idea of what political views she had, if any. It's just the way reporters used to be. Writing for the Associated Press, her stories have literally appeared all over the world. It's a part of what we are and a part of how we do down here, that those of us who are involved in the legislative process become friends. And Emily is our friend, and she has friends from legislators that have long since departed. With Emily Wagster's retirement, the Associated Press no longer has an employee in the state of Mississippi. I remember a time when the press room had several reporters from the Associated Press and United Press International, the New Orleans Times-Picayune, the Commercial Appeal from Memphis, the Tupelo Daily Journal, let alone the Clarion Ledger and the Jackson Daily News, all had reporters, several of whom had essentially their offices in the Capitol press room. Those days have long gone, and we're not better off for the change. But Mr. President, if it's appropriate, I would like to let Ms. Pettis speak to the Senate, but after other senators who I think wish to make remarks, perhaps.
We're going to read the title first, sir. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 505, a concurrent resolution paying tribute to the 30-year career of Emily Wagster Pettis as a Capitol correspondent with the Associated Press and thanking her for her service to the citizens of the state of Mississippi. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby pay tribute to the 30-year career of Emily Wagster Pettis as a Capitol correspondent with the Associated Press and thank her for her service to the citizens of the state of Mississippi and extend the best wishes of the legislature to Emily for her future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Emily Wagster Pettis and her family, forwarded to the Associated Press, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Senator Frazier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I couldn't let this day go about without saying a word about my good friend Emily. I guess we became close when I was appointed to serve on the Flag Commission many years ago. We had to go around the state to get input from the public about that flag. And at one stop, when I saw Emily, I gave her a big hug. And one person took offense to that, a black man hugging a white woman in Mississippi. And so he was not very happy about that, but Emily worked very hard to make sure that she told the story, and she did that. I've been in this building for about 50 years, and I've seen many outstanding reporters. I think about Jim Saggers, Norma Fields, Bill Minor, Harding Carter, others who covered the legislature, but none stood out to me more than Emily. If we had a Mount Rushmore of great press individuals, Emily would be the first one I would put up there, because when she writes, when she works, she does it well. You don't have to worry about fake news coming from Emily, because she's a very professional person who does her work well. I was thinking about a story they told about President Theodore Roosevelt. He was a great hunter. In fact, he came to Mississippi one year to hunt, and they took a little bear and tied him to a little pole, and he refused to shoot it because he wanted to be a real hunter. Well, anyway, he went to Africa on a hunting expedition. When he was coming back on the big ship, he had some missionaries on the ship with him. And so they saw this pomp and circumstance, the bands welcoming President Roosevelt back home. But the missionary felt slighted. She said that all the work we did in the field, saving souls for Christ, and no one is here to welcome us home. Well, later on, she died, and her husband whispered in her ear, "You home now." Emily worked very hard without many accolades, without many pomp and circumstances. We're here this morning just to say thank you, Emily, for a job well done. If we by chance carve you on Mount Rushmore, you'll be the first one. That's because of the work you've done, the service you've provided to the state of Mississippi, and also making us a better people. Thank you for your service. Looking forward to following you during the next chapter of your life. Appreciate you, baby.
Without objection, I'd like to let Ms. Wagner say a few words.
Without objection, Emily, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the recognition. I appreciate it. Y'all need to be careful being nice to journalists, because, I'm not sure that's allowed, and others might come to expect it as well. So, I do want to say that it was an honor and a privilege to cover the legislature for 31 regular sessions, and I don't even know how many special sessions that, by the way, special sessions are not that special. I had the privilege of covering 6 lieutenant governors, 5 governors, and 4 speakers of the House. I might mess this up, but the senators who were here when I started covering the legislature in 1994, I do want to recognize Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Bryan, Senator Frazier, and am I missing somebody? Senator Horn. Yes. I couldn't remember when Senator Horn started. We were pretty close to the same time. Yes, Senator Jordan. I try to remember as I came up into this beautiful, beautiful building every day that even though politics can seem like a game a lot of the times, it's important as journalists not to get stuck in the rut of covering it like a game, because the decisions made in this building are important and affect the lives of people who never set foot in here. People from Mound Bayou and Taylorsville and Boonville and Water Valley and Lucedale and Ocean Springs and Oxford and all parts of our state. And it was a privilege to be able to be the eyes and the ears of the public here. And I want to thank the legislators and legislative leaders who have been dedicated to openness in government. And I will say, since I'm allowed to have opinions now, that I do wish that there was a greater commitment to openness for caucus meetings throughout this building. Again, thank you for your recognition. It's been a great pleasure. Appreciate it.
I think we're supposed to hold this while we do it.
Oh, we're supposed to show it off? Okay. Like this?
We need a picture.
Whatever. Oh, thank goodness, I couldn't keep that goofy smile on.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Emily. We really appreciate you, and we're going to sorely miss you and everybody that you informed all of us, so thank you very much. Please visit often. Okay. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate, today I would like to welcome one of our own here in the Capitol, as well as his mother and father, Mr. Doug Beckham, over on the West, in the West Gallery. He's Director of Legislative Publishing, and he has with him today his mother and father, Don and Kay Beckham. They're visiting with Fannin Baptist Church in Brandon, Mississippi. Please give them a warm welcome, please.
Welcome. Senator Harkins?
I believe the senator from DeSoto just introduced my group from Rankin County. Thank you.
Senator Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to have a special introduction. My wife's aunt, Belinda Stokes, she is part of the group that was just introduced. So, Senate, she's formerly from Monticello and now living in the reservoir area, so please make her welcome.
Senator McCon?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask floor privileges for Mr. Roy Holder, the Greene County Entourage, and any other guests he has there in 313.
Privilege granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the chamber floor.
While they're coming out, Mr. President, I ask for any legislator that would like to come forward and be here for this presentation to come forward now. Mr. President, I call up Senate Resolution number 58 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 58, a resolution commending and thanking the Mississippi Loggers Association 2024 National Champion Volunteer of the Year, Roy Holder, for his outstanding charitable contributions and for his leadership in setting a new donation record for Log a Load for Kids charity, supporting the Children's Hospital of Mississippi. Now therefore, Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and thank the Mississippi Loggers Association 2024 National Champion Volunteer of the Year, Roy Holder, for his outstanding charitable contributions and for his leadership in setting a new donation record for Log a Load for Kids charity, supporting the Children's Hospital of Mississippi, and extend to this industry the best wishes of the Senate for continued growth. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Roy Holder and MLA Executive Director David Livingston and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Clapping for you, Roy. Ladies and gentlemen of this Senate, it's not often in this chamber that we get to do some good things, but when we do them right. And that's what Roy Holder and the MLA and the Log a Load for Kids organization has done over the last 15 years, I believe, what's in the resolution here. Roy Holder was recognized in 2024 as the Volunteer of the Year, not in Mississippi, but on a national level. And in Sonora, California last year, he officially got his award. I met Roy about, I'm going to say 10 years ago at a benefit auction in Greene County, Mississippi, where he was doing what he loves, and that's auctioning off items for those community members that he loves. Since then, I've got to know Roy through the Mississippi Loggers Association, and I was there to witness him receive his award last year. I also was able to witness Roy Holder sell a chainsaw 9 times to different people with the signature phrase, "Sell it again." And that's what we've got today. We've got Roy Holder. Across the years, actually it's 31 years, right? They've not 15 years, 31 years of existence. The Mississippi Logger Association, along with Log a Load for Kids, has raised $2.6 million for the benefit of our hospital here for our children, the Blair Batson Children's of Mississippi Hospital. And in the chamber up here, you'll see we have Miss Meredith Aldridge and we have Mrs. Anna Sparks up there as well with UMC, and they're here to watch this because they know what an important contribution this is. Last year, it is my privilege to let everybody in here know that Log a Load for Kids surpassed Walmart as the corporate donor for UMC Children's of Mississippi. Over $300,000. That deserves a big round of applause. I've been to these events and I know how it works. It's a bunch of guys just like us in their plaid or their jeans or their ties. It doesn't matter. You come as you are and you benefit the things that you love, and that's what they do. I've seen it over and over, whether they're just coming out of the woods, they open their checkbooks and they make sure that they do what they feel is best for the cause of Mississippi. Roy knows that. He's given his time over the years. Whit's been at Children's of Mississippi for a few days, and many of you have had children there. And if you've not been there, then you need to go and you need to look, because there's 10 rooms that are sponsored by the Mississippi Loggers Association that they put forth the effort and the money to make sure that it's there for our children. Mr. President, there's no greater honor this year for me than to recognize Roy Holder, the Mississippi Loggers Association, Log a Load for Kids organization, and the work they do. And I would ask Roy Holder to be recognized to say a few words.
Mr. Holder, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank y'all so much. This is a great honor. I'm just so proud to be a part of such a great charity. You know, what's better than raising money for kids? And we know that in our heart, the money that we raise is going to the hospital, to the kids. You don't have to second guess where your money's going. And I'm just so proud to be a part of such a great charity. And I appreciate Mr. David getting me along to all these events and letting me be a part of it. My brother, Mark Holder, also, he couldn't be here, but he helps as well. So it's kind of a family tradition that we've done for many years, get out and help raise money through auctions. God give me the gift to to run my mouth, and I'm proud to use it for such a great cause. So I just really appreciate this opportunity. Thank y'all so much. Mr. President, if it be proper, I would ask that David Livingston be allowed to say a brief few words about the MLA and Log Load Association.
David, you're recognized to address the Senate.
Thank y'all very much for this recognition. As I said, in 1993, this organization was started and formed, and the loggers have been passionate about pushing this forward year after year after year after year. 100% of the funds that are donated to the Log Load for Kids program is donated at the end of each year directly to the Children's Hospital. There's not one red cent kept for any other thing other than expenses to raise more money. We have been blessed to have Roy a part of our organization to fall in there to help us raise those funds. The generosity of the timber industry and the loggers as a whole speaks volumes in these amounts that we've been able to raise over the past several years. We're going to continue to do that and try to continue to raise those monies for the children of Mississippi, because no parent should have to wonder whether their kid in the state of Mississippi has a place that they can go. And that's what's near and dear to all our loggers' hearts, and it's near and dear especially to my heart. I had a niece that was had to use the use of the facility when she was 3 months old to repair a hole in her heart. And to know that we've got that right here at home, I'll go the ends of the earth to support that and do whatever I can to raise as much money as I can for it. But again, thank y'all for the recognition. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the Senate, for allowing me this honor today. And I tender the well and ask that all senators move in for a photo that would like to be a part of it. Please move up. Roy, come over here. Y'all got to turn sideways.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, David. We so appreciate you. Congratulations, you two.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and appreciate all your hard work and your generosity with children. All right, we're going to go to the calendar. Appropriations, Senator Hobson. On number 1, Senate. Senator Robinson, for what purpose?
Mr. President, excuse me, Mr. President, introduction out of
Please
order.
proceed.
I have sweet children, 5-year-old and 8-year-old, in the South Gallery, if they would please stand. They are John Caleb and Sydney Rebecca Staples, and we are proud to have them with us today in the Capitol. Welcome.
Welcome. We'll see you down here one day. All right. Senator Hobson, we're on Appropriations, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the
House Bill 623, Energy Council, increased compensation for.
I'll make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator?
I move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized.
You recognize to explain the cycle.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that deals with payment of indigent counsel. Although it came to appropriations, this does not affect the state budget in any way. This relates to what the counties would pay for persons that are representing indigents. Surprisingly to me that they have not had any increase in their pay in I think 45 years on this, so I think they were due for a bump in the pay for representing indigents. The current law is that they would get $1,000 for representation in circuit court, whether on appeal or originating in the court. And this was also $100 for any one compensation of any case. I'm sorry, $200 for any one case approved by the judges. It also was another $2,000 for cases pertaining to capital charges or capital cases, and then also up to $1,000 for the appeal. And so this would make this 3 times what it is now. The House proposal was actually 5 times, but in the committee, we went to 3 times the amount. So the 1,000 would go to 3,000, the 200 would go to 600, the 2,000 to 6,000, and the 1,000 to 3,000. This does have a 3-year repealer in the bill. I'll yield for questions. If no questions, Mr. President, I move adoption of the strike off.
We have a couple. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You yield for a question?
I do yield.
Please proceed.
Didn't realize it hadn't been raised in 45 years, but what I'm wondering is if this will actually incentivize some of these attorneys to actually work for the clients. Because I get so many complaints from people who have court-appointed attorneys that they don't do anything for them, that they can't even get a hold of them. They can't talk to them. They don't prepare for the cases. Now, that's not all. Some do, but I get so many complaints, and so I'm a little hesitant to increase this, wondering if it's going to make a difference that...
Well, let me first of all explain, as an attorney, we take an oath to be a zealous representative for our clients. So I would be disappointed that there be any attorney that wouldn't, with full zeal, represent their clients in the manner that they should be represented. But having listened to what you said, whether or not this pay is in there, obviously you can tell it's woefully low, and we do have a problem in our state with representation, not just of indigents, but representation in the public defense arena generally. And we've got another bill out there Senator Wiggins has been working on too, and we talked about it in our subcommittee hearing on appropriations as it relates to our public defense in the state. And I've been to conferences around this country where I think this is an area where we can improve, Senator. So to your point of if in fact people don't feel like they're being represented, we've got to take some steps to make sure that people have good defense, and one of the ways they might have good defense is when they can get paid. And also one other issue I want to point out, we're having problems in some of our smaller rural areas of the state and difficulty keeping attorneys in those areas. And if you're only getting paid $200 to handle a case for somebody, it doesn't leave you a lot of incentive to want to take those kind of cases. So we want to keep those attorneys there and give them a financial incentive to kind of continue to practice in that area and not lose.
So what's the difference between a public defender and indigent counsel?
Well, public defenders aren't everywhere in the state, and there's potential for a pilot program that would go around the state. And indigent counsel is actually someone assigned by the court locally. So a judge has the authority in that district, and he or she can assign an attorney in that usually in the local area, not always, and they'll represent an indigent person. And the fees that I read off are what they're getting paid presently. And if we bump it up, it certainly would help them because they're going to be spending a lot of time on those cases, and that's not much pay. As I think anybody could appreciate.
So that's basically just paid by the counties, correct?
Correct.
Or is there any?
It is.
There's no supplement from the state. This is just going to be that the counties have to pay it.
Just
correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Senator Blunt? I'm sorry, Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, wouldn't you agree that there are public defenders that are out there doing their job, doing good work for their clients? And I appreciate your work on this, and I think it's well-deserved. But don't you see in your practice that there are public defenders that are doing a good job for their clients?
Yes, and I don't do criminal work, but I've got friends and colleagues, not only in my community, but around the state that do this kind of work. And I know, we got some in this chamber and some down the hall in the other chamber that do this type of work and certainly take on cases that aren't cases where they know they're not going to get paid much money, but this was woefully low. I had no idea that it was this low, frankly, but it maybe gives some of them incentive to volunteer to the judges. They're willing to take on more cases.
Well, I applaud your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Simmons, D. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. I thank you so much for your leadership on this, Chairman. This the bill before us would not affect the agreements that some of our county supervisors have with some attorneys to work in this area of the criminal law with it.
Well, if it's a current agreement, I don't think it'd be affected, but this would be effective July 1, and as I said, there'll be a 3-year repeal to give everybody a chance to look at it. My hope is that it's not going to be, at that time, we'll either remove the repealer, or if we evaluate it and determine there's some other method that may be better, it could change. And that goes back quickly to that public defense argument.
Yeah.
It may be that there's a better mousetrap built at some point, and we decide we don't need this as much because there's some other better way to do it. But I think this is a good start for those that do that type of work, Senator.
Thank you again for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Hobson, I see one other question. Senator Sparks, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, as I read the bill, it simply allows up to. This is not a mandate to pay $600 per misdemeanor case. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So if someone had a contract where they paid someone a weekly or monthly fee to serve as a public defender, then this would not impact that at all, correct?
Correct.
It simply opens up the potential of having other people who might be willing to look at the economics of their office, which I guess I'll just have to say, lawyers are people too. And we're creatures of economy. But I will also say, for those lawyers who maybe aren't helping their clients, if you're a sorry lawyer, there's not enough money you can offer to go do your job, just like if you're sorry at anything else. But I can tell you this, the 1.5 year delay waiting on the crime lab is some of the reason the sorry lawyers can't do their job. So if we could help with this, particularly when the criminal rules that have been adopted across the street on the continuity of representation submitted by a non-criminal lawyer have put us in the position we're in today that we have a shortage. And I just want to be very clear, this doesn't mandate a county to pay anything, correct?
It's an amount that it not exceed.
Because up until then, even if the county or city was very happy with the service they received, they were capped at the $200 or the $1,000. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, Senator Hobson, I think that's the last of the questions.
I move that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move by passage of the, suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Voting no. Present. Present. Thompson. Present. Hill. Present. Sparks. Present. Simmons. Seymour. Suber. Chisholm. Brumfield, Barrett, DeBar, present. All of those are present, Mr. Clerk. The bill passes by use of the morning roll call. All the presents noted. Item 2, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 2 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 918, Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund Transfer Administration from DFA to Archives and History.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, this bill simply moves the fund and the funds available for the Community Heritage Preservation Grant from DFA that I don't believe has any interest in keeping it to the Department of Archives and History that is more suited probably to handle that. So all it does is just move the operation of those funds from one agency to another. I'll yield for questions.
Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
None. My motion is, I suggest passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. I'm sorry. President Blunt. I'm sorry. President Blunt. Katie will appreciate that. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Hobson, item 3. Pass and retain. Item 4, 5, and 6, all the way down. 7. Finance, Senator Hawkins. Items 3 through 7 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Hawkins, number 8, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 8, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 9, House Bill 916, and have the title read.
All right, number 8 retains its place on the calendar. Number 9, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 916, cigarettes and vape products, require Commissioner of Revenue to establish separate directories to regulate sale of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
My motion is we adopt the strike all, be recognized to explain.
Recognized to explain the strike off, Senator Hawkins.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate language we had in our vape registry bill. We put the language in the House bill. The House bill there was one section the House bill did not contain. It virtually mirrors it. But the language that in the event the FDA changes the protocol for what is determined to be an eligible vape product in the country, whatever the determination system they use, that will determine what is on our registry. But this bill basically is the same bill we passed out of the Senate earlier this session. I do believe there is an amendment that needs to be adopted before we adopt the strike all, so I would yield to, I believe Senator Johnson has an amendment.
Okay, Senator Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question, Mr. President, whenever it's deemed appropriate.
It's appropriate, please, ma'am.
Does this bill address an age limit for the use of vape products?
I believe it may list it in here. Hang on one second.
And I was looking and I couldn't find it.
I know it has penalties for people that illegally sell the vape products, and I believe it's
We can pass for the moment, maybe if one of the attorneys
I'll
could
check
look.
on that and get back with you. I believe that there is, but I'll find out what it
Thank
is. I don't
you.
know if it's addressed in this bill. This is more about the registry itself.
So that would be, that's my question. If it's not mentioned, if it's not referenced in the bill, would the department have the authority to establish a regulation that would deal with age?
Yeah, federally, it's all tobacco's at 21.
Federal is 21?
It's 21, yes.
But the state could implement a regulation that is more restrictive?
I mean, I guess you could go to 25 if you wanted to, but.
I was actually thinking 18.
Oh, well, I mean, it's restricted. I don't know. I don't think you can. I think it's 21 is the age. That would be less restrictive if you allowed 18.
So the age limit, according to this, the federal law is 21.
21 is my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, those vapor products are ones that I would like to know more about. Are they very harmful? I see people in different stores buying stuff and look like they're putting up more money than usually, or buying ordinary things.
Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to prevent. I think this is trying to be cognizant of a lot of illicit products are on the market that are manufactured by companies that you really don't know what the ingredients are, and the FDA has a list that you have to file that lays out the ingredients in the vape product, and you know that it's safer, or you know that there's not any illicit products in the vape. That's what we're trying to do.
We have no handle. We don't know what's out there really that is not good for the mind or good for the individual. So we don't know until we check them all out.
Yes, sir. That's what they're trying to do. The FDA is going to issue a permit to sell it based on the fact they know what the ingredients are in the product.
Would you agree with me with something like that? There could be a tremendous amount of harm done to young people that buy these vapors until,
Yes, that's why
if we don't know what's out there.
Yeah, that's why we limit it to over 21.
Okay. Just concerned. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment for the strike all.
One moment, please. We have it up there now. Senator, you're recognized.
What this amendment would do is add on line 669, comma, but not to exceed $15,000 annually per manufacturer. Currently, the vape registry price per end product is $500 each, and this would just put a cap over what that overall cost can be per year, per manufacturer.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? You're recognized to speak on the amendment, Senator Harkins.
I don't object. It's a friendly amendment. Please support.
Senator, you ready for your motion?
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
No further questions. Move adoption of the strike all as amended.
Move adoption of the strike all as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
No more questions. Move final adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. Anyone wish to be cause of voting no? Present. Parker. Present. Present, sir. Present. Anyone else? Jordan. Present. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with use of the morning roll call. Parker. Jordan, voting present. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip item 10 through 17, have them retain their place on the calendar.
10 through 17 retains their place upon the calendar. We go to rules. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, call up items 18 through 43 in block, and have the title be read.
Motion is to call in block 18 through 43. We'll pause just a moment for the Senate to take a look at those. 18 through 43, the entire rules calendar. Seeing no objection, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Resolution number 57, salute Mississippi poll workers who have served over 50 consecutive years at the front line of democracy. Senate Resolution number 58, commend Mississippi Loggers Association 2024 National Champion Volunteer of the Year, Roy Holder. Senate Resolution number 59, commend Kirk Academy girls and boys cross-country teams for historic sweep of 4A state championships. Senate Resolution number 60, extend congratulations of Mississippi Senate to Philadelphia Eagles running back Kenneth Gainwell for Super Bowl championship. Senate Resolution number 61, commend West Jones High School C-Stain swim team for second consecutive state championship. Senate Resolution number 62, extend congratulations of Mississippi Senate to Philadelphia Eagles cornerback Darius Slay Jr. for Super Bowl championship. Senate Resolution number 63, commend the life of Black Hawk pilot, U.S. Army Warrant Officer Andrew Lloyd Eves. Senate Resolution number 64, congratulate JSU Dr. Byron Deandra Gray upon his election as president of the Southern Political Science Association. Senate Resolution number 66, extend condolences of Senate on the passing of legendary Alcorn University tennis coach Anthony Bruce Duncan. Senate Resolution Number 67, commemorate the 100th anniversary of Mississippi Dental Association. Senate Resolution Number 68, recognize Senator Angela Turner Ford for COABE 2024 Legislative Champion Award. Senate Resolution Number 69, commend Shelby McEwen from Abbeville, Mississippi for epic high jump final in the 2024 Summer Olympics. Senate Resolution Number 70, commend former Ole Miss track and field star Sam Kendricks for earning silver medal in men's pole vault at 2024 Olympics. Senate Resolution Number 71, recognize outstanding cultural accomplishments of the Mississippi Songwriters Alliance. Senate Resolution Number 72, commend Northwest Rankin High School girls soccer team for winning consecutive Class 7A state championships. Senate Resolution Number 73, recognize Presbyterian Christian School Blue Blaze drill team for 2025 National Dance Team Championship placement. Senate Resolution Number 74, commemorate 50th anniversary of the State Government Affairs Council. House Concurrent Resolution Number 45, Graceland Batt, commend for representing the United States in Taekwondo at UTA competition. House Concurrent Resolution Number 46, Charlie Kemp, commend distinguished career as a Mississippian American race car driving legend. House Concurrent Resolution Number 47, Purvis High School volleyball team, commend and congratulate on winning MHSAA Class 4A state championship. House Concurrent Resolution Number 48, Gold Star Father's Day, observe and recognize November 9, 2025 as. House Concurrent Resolution Number 49, Verna R. Taylor, commend upon retirement as an assistant professor from Jackson State University. House Concurrent Resolution Number 50, Heidelberg Mayor David Taylor, second, commend life and legacy upon his passing. House Concurrent Resolution Number 51, Northwest Mississippi Community College Dance Team, commend upon winning back-to-back national championship in open hip-hop division. House Concurrent Resolution Number 52, Northwest Mississippi Community College Cheer Team, commend upon winning multiple national championships at UCA Nationals. House Concurrent Resolution Number 53, Jerry Sims, commend for exceptional success in business and outstanding legacy in track and field at Alcorn State University.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Then ayes have it. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, these are all very deserving of a resolution, and also several of them have already been here, and we've recognized them already. So if there's no further questions, Mr. President, I ask for use of morning roll call. Final
Questions on the bill, on the resolution, Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized just briefly for a comment on one of the bills, Senate Resolution 67, please.
You're recognized. 67. That's number 27.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Resolution 67 commemorates the 150th anniversary of the Mississippi Dental Association. I just want to share that I think it's very appropriate that we're passing this bill today. Many of us in this chamber today were at UMMC this morning for the groundbreaking of the new dental school, and it also marks for that class the 50th year. They had 5 members of their class that started in 1975, graduated in 1979 that were in attendance this morning. And so I just wanted to give a little extra special recognition for the timing of both that 50th anniversary, the groundbreaking, and this 150th anniversary of the Mississippi Dental Association. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Use the morning roll call, final passage, Mr.
Might tell Senator Parker that we broke ground on a new dental school this morning. All right. Motion is use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure, which requires voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Concurrence, non-concurrence calendar? Concurrence or non-concurrence calendar? Senator Michelle? Senator Michelle, you on 48, sir?
48, yes, please. I'd like to go to item 48 and ask that the title be read.
Anyone on 44, 45, 46, or 47? Seeing none, 48. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2415, Health Insurance and Employee Benefits Plan, to leave repeal on mandated coverage for telemedicine services.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, my motion will be that we do concur, and I'd like to explain the reason for that. You recognize?
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our popular telemedicine services bill that we passed several years ago. The program has really helped, especially in rural areas, people able to get medical advice without having to get in the car or take off a whole day of work, or get a child to drive, an elderly parent who is not able to drive to the doctor's office. Our hope was to totally delete the repealer, but the House has extended it to July 1st, 2028. I don't see any reason in taking the bill to conference to argue over that, so I move that we do concur, and the change being that the repealer is moved to July 1st of 2028. Be glad to yield any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator? Rick? I'm sorry, Senator McClendon?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized for a question on the bill, on the concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not the bill that excluded public school teachers, is it?
It's a telemedicine bill. It doesn't have anything to do with...
It's not excluding anyone, just
not excluding
the
state
entire
health plan. This will be telemedicine available on state health plans as well as other policies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Ready for your motion, Senator?
Motion that we do concur Senate Bill 2415.
Use of the morning roll call,
I
sir?
use the morning roll call. Thank you.
Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none. Senator Barr, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we, a motion to suspend the rules to take up item 180, please.
Motion is to suspend the rules to take up item 180. Senate, if you turn to that. One moment, we'll get it up on the calendar, sir. I mean on the screen. 180. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Make the usual motions.
It's your usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Actually, I guess we need to have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 246, 16th section land, authorize local school board to grant an extension to holder of a long-term lease in good standing.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a strike call amendment, and I'd be asked to recognize to myself to explain the strike call.
You're recognized to explain the strike call, Senator.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this is a bill that we passed earlier in the Senate, and we've already sent to the House, which died. It deals with 16th section land and mineral rights. This allows a school board, in conjunction with the state superintendent and MDA, to convey mineral rights or agree to not develop mineral rights on 16th section lands when there is an economic development project that is imminent, basically, is what the bill says. And so this is a time-sensitive bill, as there is a project potentially available, and that's why we suspended the rules to take it up now, so we could get it to the House. And so, like I said, it's already been passed by the Senate previously, and I'll yield for any questions if there are any.
Seeing none, ready for your motion, sir. I think we're on the strike call.
Yeah, the motion is we do adopt the strike call.
Pardon me? Senator Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Adds up, at this time, there is no extension.
No extension?
Yes, I'm looking at 180.
Yeah, item 1A, the 16th section land. This allows school districts to convey or agree to perpetually not pursue any mineral rights on the 16th section land when there is an economic development project almost in the works.
Oh, I was under the understanding that it was no extension, that we were just giving extension, but this is dealing with mineral.
It is mineral rights on 16th section land.
On school land. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you,
Jordan.
Senator Pope.
Question.
Senator DeBar, will you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this a bill that also includes something about 16th section land on Broadway Drive in Hattiesburg?
That was the original bill that came from the House. The strike all does not have that. That bill has already been passed by the House and should be on its way to the governor now.
Okay. And would you give me the attorney's definition of imminent?
Very soon.
Can you give me the...
That's layman's terms anyways. Right?
Pardon?
That's the layman's terms. It's soon. It's real needed now. Like now.
Okay. We can argue about imminent now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Okay, no further questions, Senator.
Motion is that we do adopt the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Procedure, wish to card voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Senator DeBar. We go back. We were on item motions for concurrence or non-concurrence. Senator Wiggins, we're on 49 afterwards. We're right here. Okay. And then y'all need to keep going.
Mr. President, I ask we go to item 100 on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
One second. Whoa. Gotta ask you, is there anybody before you? We went to 48. Is there any other motion before 100? Going once? Senator Wiggins is recognized.
We went all the way to 100.
Yes, sir. We went to 100 here. Okay, we're on the calendar. Senator 100.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk?
Senate Bill 2768, Judicial Redistricting, revised provisions related to chancery and circuit courts.
My motion is that we do not concur and we invite conference.
Motion is we do not concur, but invite conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Conference has been invited. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, by just getting here, there's no one before on concurrence or non-concurrence that we wish to bring up. So if not, I'm sorry, which one, please? Well, I think we have some before that want to bring them up. We need to go to 101. Senator Parker, pass and retain. 103, Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. You recognize Senator Bryan? 103, I'm sorry, House Bill 671.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 671, Hospital Expanded Capacity Program, extend period during which expenses incurred by hospitals for ICU beds may be reimbursed under.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, the legislature some years back was going to provide some funding from COVID for hospitals. The process was not quite as simple as it was thought to be, and so there's still hospitals that have not received the funds they were told they were going to get. The problem now is the checks cannot be written because of a provision in state law that said that the checks had to be written by a certain time. This just extends that time until July 1st of 2026, which will allow the funds to flow to the hospitals. As I understand it, the money's all there ready to go. There's just this provision of state law that is making it difficult.
Okay, are there any questions? Motion, Senator?
I move title sufficient. Use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all All, no noes? Okay, please record all present. Use the morning roll call as voting aye.
I know, but when it says as amended, there's a committee amendment we have to adopt, but it's too late now.
Yeah, Senator, we actually did, let's see, tell me that on that particular one, that what we needed, the proper motion was that we adopt as amended. So, but we've done it, so.
I enter a motion to reconsider on House Bill 671.
Okay. Motion to reconsider. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. My fault for not catching the amended. No, I don't think it really matters.
The amendment is from and after passage. I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Okay, Senator, now final adoption, please use some more roll call. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. Senator, the bill is passed as amended.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
I just did that while you were talking.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. I got a little ahead of you, I'm sorry. All right, Senator Bryan, 104.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1530, Mental Health Regional Commissions authorize boards of supervisors to agree to board compositions.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
This bill authorizes counties to determine different numbers of commissioners to be on the regional mental health authorities, community mental health centers. All the supervisors in the region would have to agree, but if they do, it allows them to vary the membership as opposed to having one from each county. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests you use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator. Senator DeBar, item 105.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get to item 105, I'd like to ask for immediate release of item 180, House Bill 246, the bill I handled previously today.
Immediate release has been requested. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 105, have the title read. Actually, I'd like to pass 105, retain this place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain place of item 105.
Call up 106, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 962, Energy Academy Act, extend repeal on authority of Vicksburg, Warren, and Claiborne County Schools to partner with nuclear plant.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a repealer bill regarding the Vicksburg, Warren, and Claiborne County School Districts' ability to partner with the nuclear facility, Warren County and the state of Mississippi. It's my understanding that there's 3 parties that contributed to this fund for these students. We're extending the repealer to July 1 of 2028. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. President.
All right, seeing no question of the motion, Senator.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the next item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1066, Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children, correct reference to statutory provision for the U.S. Code.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the military compact bill that was passed a few years ago. We're back today not for any substantive changes, but just some technical changes. In the compact, the words section is being replaced by the word chapter. So instead of the words 10 USC section 1209 and 1211 be utilized, it'll be 10 USC chapters 1209 and 1211. There's several changes made throughout the compact in that, and that's the only changes in the compact at this time. So with that, I'll yield for any questions, and it is effective upon passage. That's the explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
No questions. Senator, motion.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use passive by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeVar.
I'll call up item 108, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 809, Students of Active Duty Service, Members and Civilian Personnel Clarify Active Duty Status for Purpose of School Enrollment and Transfers.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a strike-all amendment, and what the strike-all does is, if you recall, last year we passed a bill regarding the military having the ability to pick the school of their choice. When we passed it last year, the intention was that it was to only include active duty military, not those National Guard members or reserve members that are performing inactive duty. Inactive duty being defined as a member who performs duty 1 weekend a month and 2 weekends out of the year. So that's not full-time. So what this bill does, it clarifies that. It actually conforms to the Attorney General opinion that came out this past fall that clarified that inactive duty members are not included in that bill that we passed last year. So this is this legislation to clarify that only members who are active duty, active guard, and reserve duty, but not those who are performing inactive duty, and this is on line 53, may enroll and attend the school district or campus of the parents or guardians choosing. Later on line 85, it defines what active duty is. Active duty being what you normally think a person enlists, joins for 4 or 6 years and does that full time. It also, the active guard and reserve means a person who is in the guard or reserve, but they are on orders for at least 180 days. Oftentimes it's up to a year, 2 or 3 years. And so that apply to those members as well. And so that's what a better definition than we had in the past. So that's the explanation of the strike-all. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator, see no questions. A motion?
Move for adoption of the strike-all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike-all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
If there are no questions, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Chazanall, passed and retained. Senator Thompson. Item 110, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I ask that we call up item number 110, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 602, Crawfish and Seafood, provide country of origin labeling requirements for.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a strike all that I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 602 was an effort at imposing seafood labeling requirements on restaurants and retailers whereby the retailer would have to disclose the country of origin. There are already some seafood labeling requirements on the books now. Our strike all would create a study committee so that we can look at the different efforts for labeling Mississippi and Gulf seafood going on in the state, both from coastal Mississippi, the local DMO, and through the Department of Marine Resources. So if you look at lines, starting at lines 18 down through 40, that sets out the people who would be appointed to the task force to study this issue this coming summer, and so that next year we can come together and have a comprehensive seafood labeling bill. That's a brief explanation of the strike all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions, Senator. Motion.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for adoption, strike all. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Thompson.
This is good. Item number 111, and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1102, oyster bottoms, bring forward code sections related to.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have an amendment, and I ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1102 was, the House bill originally just brought forward the code sections for the oyster bottom leasing program through DMR. Our amendment inserts the Senate language that deletes the department's ability to lease out bottom areas to people who don't have experience in oyster harvest, and also clarifies that any unleased area will remain open to the public and available to be fished by the public. That's a brief explanation of the strike all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
See no questions. Senator, motion.
Adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. We'll go to item 112. Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, we will pass and retain that item. Go to item 113. 114, Senator Barnett, pass and retain. We go to items 115 and also pass and retain. We'll go to Senator Whaley on item 116, House Bill 913. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 116, called up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 913, meat labeling, require accurate labeling of meat and non-meat products by processors, retail, and food establishment prior to final sale.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 913, we had one small cleanup amendment. I think we need to adopt that amendment at this time.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. On line 196, it was dealing with the Commission of Agriculture and the overall language of the bill, and we were just changing the word from may to shall, and that's an explanation of the amendment.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? If not, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. With 913, what we're doing here is the meat labeling bill as we are going through, and we're seeing new products popping up every day. They're not being labeled correctly, and we just want to make sure that the consumers, both at the grocery stores and at the restaurants, know what they are buying and make sure that it is meat if they intend to buy meat, or if they're intending to buy an alternative product, that they know what they are purchasing. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion?
Move passage by
I'm sorry, we do have one question. Senator McMahon, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator McMahon, recognized.
Are there any, what agency is responsible for the packaging?
Department of Agriculture.
Are there any penalties in this bill?
I'm sorry?
Are there any penalties in the bill?
Well, let's see, if you would go to line 196, if you let me get there real quick.
Are they already penalizing and issuing citations for infractions? Or
They would be able to issue a stop order and make them to label it correctly is what they would be able to do.
So they don't have that authority now.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator has suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. Oh, we have one. Okay, Senator Hickman is present. Anyone else? Please record all others by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Whaley?
I'd like to go to item 117, call it up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1006, cultivate food products, prohibit manufacture and sale of items produced from cultured animal sales.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Barry to explain the bill.
Senator Barry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we have an amendment I need to adopt, and I'd like to explain that first, please.
Yeah, please explain the amendment.
On line 90, we found that I believe the word "be" was omitted. We believe that was a scriber's error, and we're just restoring that to make sure the intent is clear. Again, the word "be" on line 90 will be added, so I move we adopt the amendment.
Any questions? No questions. Senator move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Barry.
Thank you, sir. House Bill 1006 would prohibit the manufacture, sale, or distribution of food products produced from cultured animal sales, CELLS, and provide penalties for those that violate that. What we see is this is a new way that people are trying to produce proteins. They are not very forthcoming in how they produce that. As opposed to traditional animal agriculture that is pretty transparent in how poultry, beef, or pork is produced. So it does provide some fines on line 17, not more than $500 and not more than imprisonment 3 months in the county jail. That's a brief explanation, sir. Yield for any questions.
No questions, Senator.
It's just
motion.
use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to item 118. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 118, call that up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 1295, agritourism activity, revised definition of and clarified posting of signage for liability purposes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1295 is dealing with the agritourism industry, a growing sector in the agriculture market that we're seeing in Mississippi, and we're very proud of that. And this is basically a regulation bill, or a deregulation bill, excuse me. It's dealing with the signage posting at the exhibits, and this would just change it from having to have multiple signs everywhere you look to having one clearly visible posted sign per exhibit. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion.
Move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Whaley.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for immediate release on the previous three bills, if we could.
The senator's requested immediate release on items 116, 117, 118. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, immediate release is granted. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, 119, you want to pass and retain that one, Senator Whaley? You want to pass and retain 119. Senator Sparks on 120. We'll pass and retain 121, 122. Pass those. Senator Bryan will pass and retain items 123. Senator Fillingham on 124. Please read the title.
House Bill 1189, Victims of Human Trafficking and Commercial Sexual Exploitation Fund, increased deposits.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you recognize Senator Suber, handle the bill, please.
Senator Suber, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has an assessment that goes to the Human Trafficking and Commercial Exploitation Fund. There's a code section that we've been asked by some prosecutors and a few judges on a misdemeanor that gives the judge discretion, gives the fine range from $100 to $1,000. Currently, it's a mandatory $1,000 for a misdemeanor, but under the simple assault statute, this will give the judge discretion to assess the assessment from $100 to $1,000. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield Senator Wiggins for a question?
I do.
Senator Wiggins?
Thank you. I apologize. I don't think I was in committee when this came through, but is this addressing the fund that, like you mentioned, the prosecutors that have had an issue that is, I guess, there's been problems since that was passed, and we're trying to fix that. Is that this bill?
I'm not fully understand your question, but yeah, we have had issues with this assessment.
Yeah, the fund, the human trafficking fund, the assessment was causing, as it was written into law, was causing problems within the prosecutors of getting different prosecutions. And so there's been a request to try to address that.
Right. I think the original intent when we passed this a few years ago was for it to be only felonies.
Right.
Then the misdemeanors got included, but there was some issues where prosecutors didn't want to pursue because the fine was $200-300. Then we're having a $1,000 assessment on top of that.
Right.
And so a lot of these cases are either getting dismissed or just retiring them altogether, just because of the large amount of the fine, including this assessment. So this would be give it the discretion to the court, whether they want to assess the full amount of the $1,000 or if they want to do a minimum of $100.
Okay, didn't we, the Senate, have a version?
We did.
Okay, do we know the status of that in the House?
It passed, I think the Judiciary B committee, and I think it died, and it was double referred in the Senate. I think it died actually over here. This is the only bill we have currently.
Okay, that's okay. And is this bill mirroring or very similar to the language that we did in the Senate?
Yes, it's very, very close. The only difference was in the Senate version, we didn't have a minimum of $100. It just kind of gave a discretion up to $1,000. I think it was the amendment we had in the committee. I think the original bill that was filed, I think, moved it down to $500.
Okay, so is there assessment on a misdemeanor now?
There currently is.
I'm sorry, in the bill, excuse me.
Yes, it's just a range from $100 to $1,000.
With the discretion up to the judge.
The discretion up to the judge.
Whether to assess the fine for the human trafficking fund.
Not the fine. This doesn't change the fine. This is just the assessment going to the the fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, a motion.
Motion to pass based on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 126, I guess, the next one.
I'm going to go to 125.
Oh, excuse me.
And have the title read.
Okay, read the title.
House Bill 1637, hunting and fishing on another's land, revised provisions relating to payment of restitution.
Senator makes the usual.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it.
I'm going to call it the strike all and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Last year we passed a trespassing bill that had restitution included in it. We had a few items that we needed to correct, and that's what this bill does. If someone was trespassing on your property and say they kill a deer, any other kind of animal, we had the restitution going to the landowner. Per our current law, deer, animals of such are actually property of the state. And so we didn't feel it was proper for the restitution to go to the landowner, so it would go to the state, except for fish, because fish are considered to be owned by the property owner. On the private property, of course, public lakes would be owned by the public, the state. So this gives a restitution for any fish that are taken, $100, and then any other animal, there'd be like a deer, any kind of migratory bird or anything like that, there would be a restitution from $100 up to $500, not to exceed $2,000. And this money would go to the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks for any of the restitution that is collected, and then for fish, it would be restitution be given to the landowner. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, motion?
Motion, use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Well, we need to adopt first.
So I need to adopt the strike-off.
Yeah, all in favor of the strike-off, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
Now I'll ask for the use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Whaley, you wish to be recorded as voting no. Senator Younger as no. Senator Blackwell as no. Senator Williams as no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 1. There you are. Senator 126, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 126 and have that item title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 291, county and county district offices required to have runoff elections if no candidate receives majority after general election.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Mr. President, we have a strike-all. I ask for, to be recognized to explain the strike-all.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill simply requires a runoff election anytime someone does not get the majority of votes, and this will be from statewide offices on down to county offices. So if you, we had a few instances across the state, actually we had several more than I even thought, instances across the state where folks were being elected, maybe with 27% or 29% of the vote, and that was the highest total in a general election, and this will require a runoff to require a candidate receive an actual majority of 50% plus one majority. That's what this bill, that's what the strike-all does, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Hill, you have a question on the strike-all?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill?
I do, yes.
Senator Hill?
Okay, so the example would have to be you have 3 candidates in a general?
That's correct. So in what's happened in Senator Hill, obviously you have a Republican and a Democrat, and then you may have 6 or 7 independent candidates. The top candidate may end up winning an overall election without even getting 30% of the vote when you have that many candidates. So this would require a runoff between the top 2 vote getters.
Okay, and where is this, where has this happened at?
It's happened. I have a list. I don't have it with me, but I'll be happy to share it with you when I get back to my desk. But there were, I want to say there were maybe 30 different elections where this happened, mainly at the county level, but it's not, it's county supervisors,
Okay.
Justice Court judges, but it is happening a pretty good bit.
Okay,
Yes.
I don't think I have a problem with it.
Okay.
I just wanted to think it out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hill, for your question.
Okay, Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
I rise for a question.
No. You yield, Senator McMahon, for a question.
I stand to yield.
Senator
Is this
McMahon.
only for, is it only for county, or is it also for municipal?
This does not count for municipals, and I did have many questions about that. I thank you for that question in particular, Senator McMahon. Municipal elections were a little bit different. A lot of times those offices take place.
Correct.
They take office in July, and so the runoff situation would have not worked out in this situation. So we're going to look at that again next year, but this does not include municipals.
It has nothing to do with municipals.
It does not.
Okay.
But thank you very much for that question.
Well, the reason I ask, in some cities, they run open primary, and that's the election. So you may have for anywhere, you may have 1 to 15 people on the ballot with the top 5 vote getters win.
That's correct.
They may not be a majority.
That's right. And you
Okay.
yes.
I want to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, what purpose?
A question, Mr.
You
President.
yield Senator Sparks for a question.
I yield, yes.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had, I believe, a situation like this in a clerk's race where we had a party affiliated candidate in the general on both parties and 2 independent candidates, and that was the final vote, was whoever got the top number, no matter that it was a majority. So this would change that?
It would, yes. Now, well, as long as it's, you said a clerk, as long as it's not municipal level, as long as it's county.
This was at
like
the
a
county
chancery
level.
clerk or a circuit clerk.
Does this also affect a justice court judge's race? Because we just cloaked them with independence, I think, and party affiliation was taken away on justice court judge races.
That's correct. Last year, we had a bill that did that, yeah.
That's correct. So we're going to end up with, if we have more than 2 justice court judge people running, and they're all running independent, then that would apply to them as well?
It would if they don't get a majority of the votes. So if one of those candidates gets 50% plus 1, then you would not have a runoff.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Sparks.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Jordan.
I certainly do, yes.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, how many would have to be running in that pack in order that you must get 51%?
So Senator Jordan, you would have to have at least 3 candidates, because if you have 2, one of them will end up getting the majority of the vote. And so it would be 3 or more before this would go into effect. And it would only go into effect if one of those candidates did not get 50% plus 1.
If it's 3 in a race and one one of those 3 must get 51%?
Yes, in order to win outright, yes.
Outright?
Without having a runoff.
But look, like it appears that if it's more than 2 in there, and this third person has won, let's do it, 49%, and he have beaten 2 opponents. Are you saying to me that he cannot win unless he gets 50% of the total votes that were cast, and he have defeated 2 persons?
Yes, in this bill, that is correct, Senator Jordan.
Why is that? What? The question is, that doesn't seem exactly fair. I can see it 1-on-1, but I can't see if you defeat 2 persons, 2 people, and then you get 49% of the votes, then you got to come back and get 50% before you declare it the winner.
Yes, Senator Jordan, I understand your question. The purpose of the bill is to make sure that a candidate that is elected from county on up to statewide, during their election, when they stand for election, that they are actually elected by the plurality of the voters that vote in that election. So if you do not have somebody get that 50% plus 1 majority, then they would not be elected and would have to go into a runoff election.
So the next highest person out of the 3 of them would be the one that he would have to run again, or could possibly be somebody else?
It could be anyone else. It would have to be the top 2 vote getters would
top 2
go into a
vote
runoff.
getters would have to make the difference at 1%, even though the top vote getter to have defeated 2 persons, but the only problem, he just got 49% of the votes.
That's correct. Yes, and Senator Jordan, I think where it's become an even more issue, just to expand on it, if you have 2 major party candidates and then 6 or 7 independent candidates, you could have one of those candidates in the general that's elected with as little as 25% or 26% of the vote, and that has happened in some instances.
Yeah. I wouldn't think party would have anything to do with it.
I'm sorry?
What's the significance of party having anything to do with one person, 49% of the votes have beat 2 persons?
So really the party doesn't have anything to do with it, and I appreciate your question for that reason. Parties have nothing to do with it. If the 2 top vote-getting candidates are both independents, then those 2 top individuals would go forward.
think it seemed like to me that it would be unfair. If you were running, you beat two candidates, 49% of the votes that are cast, and the 51% is divided among the other two, and you had defeated those two. It appears to me that you ought to be the winner. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your question, Senator Jordan.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
I do, yes.
Senator Seymour recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By definition, a general election is not divided by percent, correct? It's the person that gets one more than anybody else. And we're going to change that to where we're going to have a runoff by percentages, making it a plural majority,
So
50.
Yes. So in a general election, if you have three candidates, they do receive a percentage of the vote, and it's that 50% plus one. You have to get that plurality, that simple majority over the other candidates in order to be elected. If no candidate gets that 50% plus one in that election, then the top two vote getters then go into a runoff, even in a general. We already do that for primaries, as you know, but this would be for general elections.
So what are we truly changing up?
We're just requiring candidates to receive 50% plus one of a vote in order to be elected, of that vote. If they don't receive the plurality in that vote, that election, they would go to a runoff. The top two vote getters would go to a runoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Seymour.
Senator McClendon, what purpose? You yield, Senator McClendon, for a question.
I do, yes.
Senator McClendon.
Can you explain why municipalities are not in this?
Yes, I'll be happy to, Senator McClendon. Municipality offices take place, they're so narrow in time frame that if you require a runoff in a June election and we require 4 weeks to get to a runoff, there are certain instances where the election date would fall after July 1st, which is when most municipalities, if not all municipalities, take office. So they have to have their elected officials put in at that time. There's a lot more, the time frame and just the different issues involved with municipality elections require a little bit more work to include them in such a situation like this, so that's why they are not included in this bill. But I am happy to look at them next year if that should come about. But that's really the reason. It just wasn't feasible to make that happen whenever they take office on July 1st. And I heard from MML and from a few others on that. Secretary of State's office, for instance, also mentioned, we don't think this would work for municipalities, but we're happy to look at it again later. So that's what we're going to do.
Is that because the constitutions of those cities say they have to fall in July?
I'm not sure exactly what it is in their incorporation documents or whether it's in our statute. I would have to look and see, but I do know that the cities, because we take office when we come up here, same thing for others. They'll take office after the first year, but municipalities do that July 1, and so that's why they're a little bit different.
Yeah, if we could work on that next year, because to separate one body that's getting elected from everybody else in the state.
Oh no! I understand. They weren't left out on purpose. There wasn't any reason other than their rules just applied different for municipality elections. That's something I've learned since taking this chairmanship. It's a lot different rules for municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Parker, for a question.
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Parker.
I do, yes.
Senator Parker.
So I think this is more of a clarification question for me. I'll just mention my circumstance. When I was first elected, it was a special election, and in that circumstance, there were 4 people running, and no one received 50% of the vote, and there was a runoff. And so am I misunderstanding this? Is that not exactly what you're saying needs to happen? Or is the rule different in a special election or in the primary? Could you just help me understand if if we made a change and I wasn't aware of it, and now we're changing back, or where does that stand?
So you may have been in a primary election. So for instance, I was involved in a primary that went to a runoff. And there were no other candidates other than Republican Party candidates in that race, so it went to a runoff. Statewide offices already require this. Statewide elected offices already require this. We're just including legislature, district offices, and counties in this strike law. Yes, special elections also require a majority.
Okay, and I'll get with you just for some clarification later, but.
Certainly, absolutely. Thank you, Senator Parker.
Okay, no further questions, Senator?
My motion is to adopt the strike all.
The motion is to adopt a strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's adopted, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My final motion is for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
So Senator suggests the use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of, well, we do have no. We have some presents, okay. Senator Blackman, Senator Jackson, Senator Simmons, Senator Turner Ford, and you're no, Senator Turner. Senator Jordan present, and Brumfield. I can't ever see him for the glare. Brumfield as no or present, Senator? Present. Thank you. Senator Norwood as no. Senator Horn as present. Senator Butler present. Anyone else? Could you read those off, please, to make sure we have them recorded properly, Mr. Clerk?
Voting no, Turner, Ford, and Norwood. Voting present, Jackson, Blackman, Simmons of the 12, Jordan, Brumfield, Horn, and Butler.
Okay, is that correct? Saying no objection. All right, the senator has asked you more roll call, so anyone else wish to be recorded voting no? Present? We're all clear there? Okay. Then the bill is passed by use of morning roll call. Okay, we need to take a break for lunch, but I have two announcements that we need to make first. We're going to come back in, so any other announcements can wait till later, if that's okay, unless it's something we need to know before lunch or we come back in. If it's not something you have to have before lunch, or no, can you wait till after we come back in this afternoon at 1:30? But for what purpose, Senator? Okay, okay, we're going to come back in, but we'll make announcements, but go ahead.
Military and Veterans Affairs will not meet.
Okay, thank you. Senator England?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an announcement that's pertinent for this lunch. I just want to remind the Lawyer Legislator Luncheon is today at the Bar Center. It'll be from 12 to 1:30, and they'll be taking a picture at 12 p.m. for the Mississippi Lawyer magazine, so they've asked all of us attorneys to be there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance will not meet at 1:30 p.m. today.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator Polk?
Appropriations will not meet.
Appropriations will not meet as well. Okay, at this point, Senator Blackwell? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Sparks, did you need to be something before we?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to hold the bill we just passed on a motion to reconsider.
All right.
59, I believe that was.
Item number 126, House Bill 291 on the motion to reconsider.
Yes, Mr. President. And the invitation says lawyer legislator, so I just say come on down and bring your grievances to the bar. Appreciate it.
All right, but join the chairman on the motion to reconsider. Now, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 1:30.
Motion is we stand in recess until 1:30. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Stand in recess till 1:30.
Testing. All in order, say aye. What? I'm putting it back. Dad doesn't care if I do this as long as like there's not a lot of people in here. Senator England, you're on the mic.
Call the Senate to order. Senator Wiggins, 128. I'm sorry, I was one off. 127. I'm sorry, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1419, polling places prohibited from being closed within 60 days before an election.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill will prevent municipalities and counties from closing polling places within 60 days before an election unless there's an exigent circumstance. In those instances, they are required to give 3 weeks' notice in the newspaper and to post at the courthouse and at the previous polling place the new location of the polling place. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Senator McClellan? His light's blinking there, Bart. Okay. All right. No questions.
My final motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure, which requires a voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Wiggins? Senator Wiggins?
It's not right now. Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item, I'm sorry, I asked that item 128, we pass that and go to item 129, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1544, Judicial District, bring forth purposes of amendment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a strike call and be allowed to explain that, and then I'll adopt Judicial redistricting bill. The strike call that we are calling up is simply the bill that we have already passed in the Senate, the plan that we've already voted on, and this is putting our language into their bill. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on it.
Seeing none, please proceed.
My motion is we adopt the strike call, Mr. President.
Motion to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If no questions, move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I would ask for immediate release on that, please.
Immediate release is requested. Anyone object? Seeing none, granted. Senator Blunt? Pass and retain. Senator Williams?
Thank you,
You're
Mr. President.
recognized.
I'd like to go to item number 131, House Bill number 1085, and ask to be called up and title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1085, Mississippi Main Street, authorized counties to donate to and make MDAH administrative Main Street revitalization grant.
Usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to be asked to explain the bill, please.
You're recognized.
As you may remember, thank you, Mr. President, in 2022, the Main Street Revitalization Program, we enabled that grant, and I'm sorry, in 23 we did, and in 24 last year, they came to us with several grant awardees, and we awarded those grants in the tune of about $6.9 million and put those under MDA. What this bill does is simply takes that administratively from MDA and puts it at MDAH, Mississippi Department of Archives and History. And I've spoken with the leadership over there, and not only are they willing to do it, they seem very excited about playing a role at administering this grant money. That's all the bill does. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
I would advise use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? Present? Blunt? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Blunt being present. 132.
Yes, sir. 132, I'd like to go to that item and ask the title to be called up and read, Mr. President.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 556, DFA, authorized to purchase certain real property known as the East Hamilton Street properties in the city of Jackson, Mississippi.
I'd like to be asked, use your motions, Mr. President.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to be asked to explain the strike all, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
This bill is the exact bill. We put the Senate language in it. East Hamilton, there are 3 parcels over here to southeast of the Lee Building that MC College owns. This enables DFA the ability to purchase these properties. The intent of the properties is to have them demolished and parking spaces made for them. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. President, of the strike all, Mr. President. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
No questions. I would move for a motion to pass the strike all, Mr.
All in
President.
favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I would ask for use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? This records voting no. No. Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill present? Anyone present? Seeing none. Bill passes. Use of morning roll call. Senator Chisholm voting no. 133, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask that we pass and retain item 133 and go to item 134 and have the title be read, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1436 MDOT authorizes transfer of property in Harrison County to the city of Gulfport.
Usual motions, Mr. President.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator
I'd like for permission to explain the strike all, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
This, there are 2 things that we do here. We've got the property that was giving MDOT conveying the property to Gulfport. This is the exact same bill that we did in here. Additional in this is Greene County has 9.86 acres, and I spoke with the county attorney. Simply put, there's a bridge that was abandoned, 9.86 acres, that this asks for us to convey to the county, Greene County. Their intent with this land is to trade an adjacent landowner the exact same acreage, that they have a purpose, the county is to use it for with their garbage trucks. There have been appraisals done. The property that is in question that belongs to the state is valued at $1,300 an acre, and the property that the county will be getting is valued at $3,100 an acre. We did this last year, and we had, and I've got an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President. We did not have the word donate in there, and as I understand it, constitutionally, that's just clarification language that we need as well. With that
Questions?
Questions?
Questions on the strike all? We'll take the motion on that, then the amendment, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the amendment first.
The amendment. I have the amendment, and is it on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, it's just adding the word donate instead of transfer and convey. It will be donate, transfer, and convey. Again, just a clerical correction. If there are no questions on the amendment, I'd move that we adopt the amendment.
Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready on your motion on adopting the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I would make a motion that we adopt the strike all as amended.
Adopt the strike all as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No further questions, Mr. President. I'd move we would adopt on the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Senator Hobson, I'm sorry, don't let me get past you there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to make sure this does have the right of first refusal.
It does have I did check that, Mr. As we committed, fixed in committee, we did. And I have checked with MDOT on both these parcels, and they're okay with this. It does have right of first refusal to go back to MDOT.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Any other questions? Questions? Seeing none. Senator?
Thank you.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Boyd? Pass and retain 135, 136, 137. Senator Blackwell? We're on 138, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 138, that's House Bill 610, that's the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 610, non-emergency medical transportation defines certain terms in statute requiring vehicle permits and establishing standards.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This bill here, 610, aims to define key terms related to non-emergency medical transportation, establish safety and operational standards, and ensure compliance through regulatory oversight. We have definitions in the first part of the bill that define non-emergency medical transportation. We have the non-emergency medical transportation providers. We have the regulatory oversight with the Department of Health is being tasked with adopting rules and applications, issuance and renewal and revocation of permits. The department may also establish fees associated with the issuance and renewal of these permits. We also set operational standards through the department for safety, and these standards encompass driver and attendance qualification, vehicle safety and equipment, inspection and maintenance, issuance of requirements, and then there's a compliance and enforcement piece that these transportation providers must maintain necessary documentation to prove compliance with the department standards. That's a brief explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 139 and let it retain its place on the calendar and move to item 140 and ask the title be read.
139 retains its place on the calendar. 140, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1306, pre-need establishments, reduce the amount of fine the Secretary of State may impose upon for late filing of their reports.
Make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is for the Secretary of State's office. Every year, these pre-need companies, contracts, need to file a report with the Secretary of State. And this reduces the fine from $100 to $25 for each day that the report is late. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call for final passage has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator Polk.
Ask you to call up item 141. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1316, State Board of Funeral Services, extend repeal on.
You make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This bill just extends the date of the repealer and was subject to law which create the State Board of Funeral Service. It also prescribes its duties and powers, and it moves it from July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2028. If there are no questions, use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, 142.
I'd like to pass 142 through 145 and ask they retain their place on the calendar.
Retains their place on the calendar. Senator Carter. Senator Carter. Item 146.
I ask that we go to item 146 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1186, natural gas piping system require testing in school facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill requires that we test school safety as far as gas pipelines go. Currently, there's nothing in place for that, and Atmos Energy has put forth $500,000 for a fund in the event that we do have some faulty gas pipelines, gas lines in the schools to address this measure. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Bill passes. 147.
I ask that the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1191, underground and submerged utility lines and facilities requirements for excavators and utility operators.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just some cleanup language. This is my final 811 bill of my Senate career. I do not plan on taking another 811 bill up, but what it does is, we'll just take, for instance, electric utility within their perimeter fence. They don't have to call 811 if they're digging to do maintenance on their properties. And that's what the bill does, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator Carter?
I do.
Senator Hill's recognized.
So is this just making technical changes to 811, or is this different?
No, it's just making technical changes. I mean, the main thing, like I said, it does is electric utility, they don't have to call before you dig. It's very hard to get those people out there.
Yeah, and most of the time, well, I can't say most of the time, but are you aware that since we instituted 811, I think probably more stuff's been dug into than it was before?
Yes,
At least
ma'am.
based on my husband's experience.
You do have some knowledge in that background for sure.
I do. So thank you for whatever you can do to make it easier.
Thank you, ma'am. If there are
Thank
no
you.
further
Senator-
questions, my motion.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question,
Were
Mr.
you here for a
President.
question, Senator Carter?
Yes.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Well, I lost it. Where it's talking about the 15 feet approximate.
Okay, ask that question again.
Is that in estimation like the 811 call? Walk me through.
So right now, like if I always use electric utility, for instance. If they have things that they're trying to do behind the perimeter fence, they have to call, and a lot of times they're not showing up, and it's just further delaying the process. So that's what this does, is it kind of cleans that up, and it helps them be able to do their job.
They can work within the 15-foot
Right.
parameter. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Delano. Pass and retain Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain Senator Polk. Pass and retain Senator McCon. Senator McCon. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that item 159 that we pass and that retain its place on the calendar. We'll go to item 160, House Bill 959, if the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 959, Comprehensive Hurricane Damage Mitigation Program, extend repealer on.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate passed a very good hurricane mitigation bill, and it passed with no one voting against it. That particular bill had some funding in it, and it went to the House and was promptly triple referred. So we find ourselves without, if we don't extend this repealer on the original act, we'll find ourselves without any kind of mitigation program. So this extends the repeal date until July 1st of 2028. I'll be glad to give any questions, and if there are none, I'll move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Seeing none, the bill passes. I didn't see a no or present. Okay. Bill passes by use of morning roll call.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item 161, House Bill 999, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 999, modular home, revised definition is used under the Uniform Standards Code for Factory-Built Homes Law.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This adheres modular homes to the Residential Building Code standards. This is under the International Residential Code, which is the same code used for site-built housing. This upgrades the modular definition, and it will ensure that structures built and sold for permanent dwellings for Mississippi consumers will meet the current residential building codes. You'll see on lines 45 through 47 that we exempted structures that might be used at hunting or fishing camps from these requirements so that they don't fall under the category. I'd be glad to Yield any questions? If there are none, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 162, House Bill 1174, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1174, Public Adjusters Licensure, revised provisions related to.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. I'd like to yield to Senator McMahon, who will explain the
Senator
bill.
McMahon, you're recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Yeah, what we've got here is the insurance commissioners asking for public adjusters to come under his authority. That's what the bill does. Yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Thompson, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for question, Senator?
I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for yielding, Senator McMahon. Does this bill add any additional licensing requirements or obligations of the public adjusters?
It puts the public adjusters underneath the purview of the insurance commissioner.
And so the insurance commissioner would be responsible for promulgating regulations governing the public adjusters?
That's correct.
Is there anything in this bill that limits the fee or regulates the fee that the public adjuster may charge?
I don't think it does require they have a $50,000 surety bond, but I believe that's all it is. And the adjuster's fees is 10% of the, if you look in section 6, it's 10% of the total insurance recovery.
So it does limit the fees to 10%?
Yes, sir.
That's current law?
Yes, sir.
What are the regulations that the commissioner is considering promulgating regarding public adjusters?
This is a consumer protection bill, and he just wants some purview over public adjusters is what he's asking for.
But that purview would be unchecked by the legislature, other than if we came back and did anything after?
Well, yeah, if he promulgated rules, we wouldn't be able to act on that this year. But I've always found the commissioner and his staff to be amendable to anything that you as a legislator would call and ask them for, Senator.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. I guess my only concern is that public adjusters play a very important role.
Yes, sir, they do.
And for insureds, for our constituents, when they're in a fight with their insurance company.
Correct.
And my concern would be any regulations that would limit their ability to represent the insureds would be concerning. Has there been any conversations with the insurance commissioner about the type of regulations he's looking to?
I hadn't had those deep discussions with him. I've had some discussions with some of his staff members about it, but I mean, we need this section, we need this caliber or section of professional in our state. The insurance commissioner just wants to be sure he has a seat at the table when they talk to him and that they have authority over him.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
In the short title where it talks about a public adjuster being able to charge fees, who are they charging these fees to, and what are these fees going to? Because this says it's a new section of law.
It goes to, the insurance commissioner will set those fees.
Who do they charge it to? Who pays the fees?
The public adjusters will pay it.
I'm sorry?
The public adjuster pays it.
They pay it to the insurance commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they, just to get licensed, is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Them to pay fees to get licensed?
Correct.
But when they, so I guess, start out, what is a public adjuster's job? To just clarify for me.
Well, they go out when there's damage and they do public adjusting.
Okay,
They
to a
report
homeowner?
that. Mhm.
Okay, so those are the people that work for the insurance companies that,
Well, they don't work for the insurance companies. They're their own entities.
so these are not the people that Allstate or State Farm sends out to come adjust your property?
They're not those are not public adjusters. Those are adjusters who work for those companies
Okay, so a public adjuster, they work for, who do they work for?
themselves.
Themselves, but
And
who
they
hires them?
They contract with companies,
They contract with
insurance companies most of
insurance
the time.
companies?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the difference? They contract with insurance companies and come out to your house?
It's just a private, they're a private company instead of
Okay.
working for
a corporation, they're just their own entity.
So what we're doing is now putting them up under the insurance commission?
Yeah, well, I mean, the insurance commissioner actually wants them to still operate in their own manner. He just wants to be sure that the agency has some authority over them to review what they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
You have a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you. And just kind of following up Senator Thompson's questions, and who regulates public adjusters now?
I don't know that, I don't know the answer to that question. They're not regulated by a state agency.
But they're allowed because it was created after Hurricane Katrina, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they existed before that, but
okay.
I yield to your expertise on that.
And, okay, so the commissioner currently regulates them?
He currently interfaces with them, but he doesn't have any authority over them.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. So he's going to be regulated. If I understand the role of the public adjuster, that's to be on the, for lack of a better term, on the side of the insured, dealing with the insurance companies, and the commissioner regulates insurance companies. Is there a conflict here?
It's my understanding there's not a conflict. The commissioners, the agency has requested to be sure that they have authority over the folks who are doing this type of business.
And why are they what has led to them making this request?
I understand there's been some fraud, and sometimes the public adjusters are not properly bonded, and so this requires they carry a $50,000 surety bond and things of that nature as well. It's to protect the consumer is what it's actually for. That's why we want to put an elected official over it, or the agency over it, who is run by an elected official.
Which makes sense from that standpoint, I guess.
I mean, it's the same thing as a bank. You know, all banks have to be regulated by the banking commissioner. We don't allow for private banks to operate outside the purview of the banking commissioner. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but the insurance companies, and I'm generalizing, well, I'm not going to get into what they have not paid.
I understand. Hey, I agree with you, Senator. I mean, I do. But just as we don't let insurance companies operate without some purview by the insurance commissioner,
correct,
we want to be sure the insurance commissioner also has some authority over the private adjusters to make sure that they're properly bonded, that they're making good claims, and they're not going broke and leaving somebody holding the bag.
And not taking advantage of the insureds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your questions. If there are any other questions, I'll move for passage of the morning roll call.
No, sir, there's a number of other questions. One. Next up is Senator Butler, I think.
Sure.
On the screen here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Record is out of order.
Well, you want 1 minute? Let's finish the bill first, sir, if that's okay. I'll be right back with you, Senator. Senator Hill, did you finish your questions, ma'am?
Well, I got to the strike-through part of the bill, so now at least I know what it used to be, what the law used to be. So from what I'm reading on line 708, currently, because this is strike-through, looks to me like the public adjuster has to apply for a license through the commissioner through forms prescribed by the commissioner, and that if somebody has a substantial license in another state, that currently they would not have to be licensed in Mississippi, but that's all being stricken. So I guess I'm assuming what it looks like is that all this strike-through language is just going to give the commissioner authority to promulgate new rules that we don't know what they're going to look like, because all this that's written out in the old code that's struck through, we're just going to leave this up to promulgation of rules and regulations. So if you look at that, would you agree that it's basically taking out everything that's in general law that is a requirement for being a public adjuster, and then maybe leaving it up to promulgation of rules? Because that's what it looks to me like. you got about 717 all the way down to 736, all the way down to 739 that's stricken through the old law that talks about how public adjusters are licensed and how they have to apply through the commission. And all that's being removed. So I'm asking, I guess, if all that's going to be replaced by promulgation of rules that we may not know till a different time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, because, until I got to the strike-through portion, I was under the impression that they weren't regulated or licensed by the commission, but it's certainly that now that I read all that they are. So, thank you.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question, please.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator, you're recognized. Senator McClendon for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator McMahon, do you know that Chairman Michelle and myself are on the Executive Committee of National Coalition of Insurance Legislators?
I do, and I also know you're Vice Chair of Insurance.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, that is correct. And did you know that this is a model act for INCOIL, for model law that most all states are trying to adopt, that what happens in, say, a catastrophe situation when we get rogue adjusters that come in from outside states, similar to those roofers that we pass laws to, just so we all have the same playing field, that they will fall under adjusters that are captive. Say, if a Farm Bureau or State Farm or Allstate or Nationwide, they have their own adjusters, then we want to make sure that these adjusters also play under the same rules that...
That's correct.
And that's all this bill's doing?
That's all the bill does. It actually, if you look at Section 2 of the bill, it lays out what the license requirements are. It makes sure that they're going to be 18 years old, that they're financially responsible, they can pass an exam, and they carry a minimum of $50,000 assurance bond. Currently, and it is a unifying law that they're trying to pass across the country. There are some states that require only $1,000 or a $10,000 surety bond. So this brings conformity with other states across the country, not just within the region.
So this basically is helping all of the coast people that live there, all the people that live in North Mississippi, Central Mississippi, Northeast Mississippi, the Delta, wherever.
It's helping every consumer in the state of Mississippi that has insurance.
Thank you, sir.
It doesn't mean you can't hire. You can still hire your own. It just makes sure that the commissioner has some authority over them as well in the way they're licensed, in the way they interact with the insurance agencies. And it's really to protect the consumer, to be sure that they're not being taken advantage of when we do have these natural catastrophes. And that's when it really comes to light what's going on, is when you have just a volume of influx of damages across the state, and people come in and you don't really know who you're dealing with, and the insurance commissioner and the agency wants to be sure they know who the adjusters are.
Okay. Senator Thompson, I think you were next, but
we were still. I thought we were still discussing.
I thought he sat down and was finished. I just walked up here. I'm sorry. I got you, Senator McClendon.
Thank you. And some states outlaw these outside adjusters from coming in.
Yeah, we don't want to outlaw it. What we want to do is continue to allow them to operate, but to operate in a manner that brings conformity across the country, and just make sure that the insurance commissioner knows who these folks are, and that they're properly licensed, properly educated, and they know what they're doing when they're doing these adjustments.
And some of these adjusters also get a portion of a claim that aren't paid, which is not really known in the public.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment at the proper time.
At the proper time. You bring it forward. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, before we talk about any amendments, I'd like to adopt the committee strike-off.
Well, we have to adopt the floor amendment before the strike-off.
Okay.
So let's go to the question to Senator Hobson first and then do
Okay.
that.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McMahon. How quickly can a person get a public adjusting license under this new proposal? How quickly do they get their license?
I don't know. I could find that out for you.
Okay. My concern.
I don't know how long that licensing process takes place.
Usually when people need public adjusters, sometimes when they're catastrophic events like a hurricane or tornado, that they're going to need them quickly. Obviously, some qualifications are good, but at the same time, expediency matters too. I don't know if I can find anything that would say how quickly, if they meet the qualifications, they could get it. And it looks like, if you don't know, that's fine. We can find it out, and Senator Thompson's amendment may help to give us some time. The other thing is, I mean, I'm looking at, what is it, about 13 pages of new language.
Well, I'd like to, I did find it, currently, they've got to be licensed within 12 months. If you look at Section 2, that deals with the licensing.
They've got to be licensed within 12 months?
Yeah, once they apply.
What if you need somebody in 2 weeks or a month? Would they be excluded? It sounds like they could be denied a license.
Well, I don't know if you want somebody new adjusting your property unless they've been properly vetted, but I would have to call would have to call the insurance commissioner's office and ask how long that process is currently taking, because I don't know. I didn't ask that question.
I'm just thinking about a nationally recognized, if you're a nationally recognized company that does that, and your homeowner or your business needed an adjuster for that, if it takes them 12 months, that'd be awfully tough if they were not able to negotiate it themselves. Be that as it may, I'm just looking at the 13 or so pages of new language. Do we have a summary on, I'm trying to digest all this real quickly because I didn't know this bill was coming up today, but is there a summary that we can get to review what all these changes are and what's required?
There is a summary, and I can walk you through the summary now. I can print the summary for you.
I'd like just get a copy of it, if you don't mind. That'd be great. Thank you, Senator.
Would you like to have that? Would you like to have it now, or you want to hear the
We
amendments?
can get it in just a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. President, introduction out of order, please.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that, because there's not any other questions if you'll get ready for your amendment. You're recognized for that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the Senator to help me to recognize members of the Omega Sapphire fraternity who's in the West Gallery. We would like him to stand. Brother Derek Cooper and Brother Carlos Palmer and the Omega Sapphire fraternity. Let the Senate welcome him here.
Welcome you, Senate. Okay, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, been a little bit of debate on this bill. It's obviously a new bill, and it's a significant change in the Public Adjuster Act, or in those code sections, I guess. Just to be clear, public adjusters play a pretty important role for insureds. They're there to help put you on as level of a playing field with your property insurer as you can. It may surprise some of you to know that property insurers don't always pay claims or pay the full amount of claims. And sometimes there's a dispute, and public adjusters are able to resolve that dispute for our constituents for 10% of the value of the claim, as opposed to most attorneys, if it goes to litigation, would be 30 to 40% of the value of the claim. So they provide a very important service. The proposed amendment would be to insert a reverse repealer into this bill so we could have time to take a look at it and make sure that we don't do anything to disadvantage our constituents, i.e. the insureds. That's a brief explanation of the amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Senator McMahon, you wish to speak on the amendment?
I've spoken with the chair, and he considers it a friendly amendment.
Okay, so the motion is we do adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator McMahon?
Yeah, we'll now motion we adopt the committee sub as amended.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub as amended. All in favor say aye. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes has it. Senator McMahon. Final passage.
Yeah, I will make sure that everybody gets a copy of the summary, as well. And I do want to share with you, as my colleagues, the reason that the chairman asked me to handle this bill is because I was extremely skeptical of it. Extremely skeptical of the bill overall, and after talking with a couple of different consumer groups in the commissioner's office, I actually changed my position on it. So I do think it's a consumer-friendly bill. I think it's in the best interest of the people, and I'll make sure that you all have the information you need if the chairman chooses to bring this back before the body. My motion is that we passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggested passage by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, no. Senator Derek Simmons. Senator Butler, no or no? Senator Barrett, no. Present. Senator Carter. Senator Delano, no. Senator DeBar, no. Senator Williams, no. Senator Blackman, no. Senator Norwood, no. Senator Jordan, no. Rumfield, no. Jackson, no. Seymour, no. Suber, no. Hickman, no. Hill, no. McCon, no. Chisholm, no. All right, after you do all that, if you will read out the no votes, please. Make sure we have them correct.
Voting no or nay, Brumfield, Butler, Chisholm, DeBar, Hickman, Hill, Jackson, Jordan, McCon, Norwood, Seymour, Senators of the 12th, Suber, and Williams. Voting present, Barrett and Carter.
Senator Delano to the vote.
To the vote.
You recognize?
My vote was a no. I didn't hear my name called.
Yeah, he did.
Carter, again? You tell him? We got another vote.
Oh, Senator Blackman?
To the vote, I didn't hear my name called. I was a no.
Yeah, we have you recorded as no. Senator Barrett, did you, before they give me the vote, do you have?
Yes, sir, to the vote. I was listed as a present, and I was a no.
Okay. Senator, no, Senator Thompson?
Thanks, President. To the vote, I vote no.
Senator Thompson is a no. Did you have him as no? With a vote of 18 noes and 2 present, the bill has passed. Thank you. Okay, Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass items 163 and 164 that they retain their place on the calendar.
Pass and retain 163 and 164 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain 165. We will pass and retain that item. 166. Also, Senator Fillingane, pass and retain 166 as well. All right, we'll go to Senator Tate, 167. We'll pass and retain. 168. 168. Military Affairs will pass and retain. 169, 170, Senator Boyd. Will pass and retain as well. Senator Younger, 171.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 171, House Bill 150, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 150, concrete and solid waste vehicles, increase maximum gross vehicle weight of.
Make the usual motion.
Not required on nomination, Senator. So, explain.
This bill is the same bill that we passed, Senate Bill 2256. We passed 49-1, I believe. And what it is, it's increasing the weight limits on the concrete and the waste trucks from 72,000 pounds.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong bill. I thought it was a nomination.
No problem. I knew what you were talking about.
Okay, well, then, in that case, then the usual motion has been made. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. I was looking at the nomination. My bad.
Well, I wasn't going to correct you, Senator.
Well, you should. Thank you.
But anyway, this increases the allowable weight for concrete trucks and solid waste trucks. We're going from 72,000 pounds for 4-axle vehicles, 64,000 pounds for 3-axle vehicles, 57,000 pounds for 3-axle tandem vehicles, 48,000 pounds for 2-axle tandem vehicles, and 22,000 pounds for single-axle vehicles. This is the increase, but we are still well below our neighboring states, and we got to stay in business. So if there's no questions, I ask for final passage using the morning roll call.
The chairman suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Seeing no questions, anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 172 and go to 173 and have the title read, please.
Item 173, please read the title.
House Bill 638, Mississippi Transportation Commission authorized delegated authority to enter into supplemental agreements for expenditures not exceeding $250,000.
Make the usual motion.
The chairman makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Younger.
What this bill does, House Bill 638, it raises the maximum amount that the Transportation Commission can approve in a supplemental agreement. This current amount is $100,000, and we're moving it up to $250,000. This agreement, supplemental agreements, are used when a bid and contract have already been awarded, and there's a change in the original plan. This happens from time to time, and it's due to increasing costs that we're suffering from of the road construction and the amounts that needed to be updated. If we do not update the amount, the projects could be held up and have to go through a rebid. For example, building a bridge and to protect the motorists, the commission agrees to lengthen the guardrails by an extra 5 feet or something like this. This is what this bill is going to do to help that. If there's no questions, I ask for final passage using the morning roll call.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hill.
Okay. So this is after the project's bid out, right?
Right.
And so would it be MDOT instituting a change order, or would this be coming from the company that we bid with instituting a $250,000 change order?
I believe it would be MDOT, some of their engineers, if they have a little bit of an increase in cost.
If the MDOT engineers have an increase in cost?
Well, I mean, the contractor, after they bid on it.
But don't you agree that once the contract's bid out, it's bid out? I mean.
It is, Senator Hill, but you never know what's going to happen with how much, you know what we're going through right now with the increase in cost on other things. Whether it be guardrails or bolts or whatever.
I get that, but I mean, we're not in COVID anymore. We shouldn't have those supply chain problems. I mean.
No, we're not COVID, but we're Trump, and we're going through all these tax things that are going through with other countries.
Well, nothing's really happened yet. People are just anticipating it's going to happen.
That's what we're looking for.
Well, that's what we hope happens. We hope that we get all our jobs back in the United States.
Amen. I agree with you, sister.
But my question would be, is there any cap per job on how many of these $250,000 change orders can be made?
Not that I'm aware of in this, no.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions, Senator. It's a motion with use of one roll call.
Correct, yes, sir.
The senator suggests use of one roll call. Final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. Now, Senator, on the one that I wanted to get to, I wanted to skip that last one, I guess, but 174, do you wish to take that up?
No, sir, I would like to skip 174, 175, 176, 177, and 178. And place them on a...
174 through 178 will pass and retain.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Derek Simmons, 179 will pass and retain. Senator Barber, we've already taken up 180, so we'll go to 181. Senator England. Pass and retain. 182. 183, Senator Sparks. Pass and retain it as well. 184, Senator DeBar. Pass and retained. 85, Senator Michelle. Pass and retain that item. We'll go to Senator Wiggins on 186. Senator Wiggins will pass and retain that item. 187. Senator Wiggins will pass and retain. 188, 189. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. 190, pass and retain. We'll go to item 191, technology, pass and retain. 192, pass and retain. Senator Blackwell. Senator Sparks, 193, pass and retain that item. Senator Boyd, 194. We're going to pass and retain it as well. Senator Bryan, 195.
Mr. President, I would ask that we pass items 195, 196, 197, and let them retain their places on the calendar.
Senator, as we pass 195, 6, and 7, retain their places on the calendar. No objection. Pass, retain those items.
I go to item 198 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1077, Kratom Products, prohibit sale to persons under 21.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
There's an amendment, and I move adoption of the amendment, and I would ask the chair to recognize Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Turner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What has been proposed or adopted by the committee was there were two changes. One is that in order for a Kratom product to be sold, the packaging must display the identity, address, and telephone number of the manufacturer, as well as a full list of the ingredients in the product. And secondly, that the product must be registered with the Department of Revenue prior to sale. And I do have another amendment that should be at the desk. I'll yield for questions on those particular.
All right, this is an amendment. We're talking about an amendment now. You asked for adoption of that amendment, and then you have another as well?
Yes, Mr. President.
Hold on.
So yes, that's what I would move for.
Move for adoption. Okay. Move for the adoption of the amendment as explained. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner.
And then the amendment that is at the desk is that the reverse repealer would be removed from the bill. I think the legislation has been vetted. Opportunities for questions have been presented. And if there are no further questions, I move that the reverse repealer be deleted from the bill.
Yeah, I think we have a little mix-up here.
Okay.
I think is that not what we've already adopted?
I move adoption of the floor amendment, which would be to delete the reverse repeal.
Okay. Okay, any questions? Yeah, we do have a couple of questions. On the amendment, Senator Boyd?
I yield for questions.
Senator Boyd, you recognize.
Before we remove the reverse repealer, is this similar to the legislation that passed before our committee in drug policy, and how is it similar or different?
I would say that it is different. The legislation that came out of drug policy actually scheduled, I would say, variations of kratom. If it exceeded a certain percentage, then those percentages, those compounds that exceeded that percentage were scheduled. That was the legislation that came out of the Senate. I understand that that bill is now dead in the House.
And so what does this bill do?
This bill creates regulations where the product cannot be sold to individuals under 21, and the products must be held behind the counter for sale. Also, with the proposed changes, the packaging must be labeled, specifically identifying the ingredients, name of manufacturer, email address, telephone number, and also that the product must be registered with the Department of Revenue before it can be sold.
Senator Turner Ford, many of our cities and counties have outlawed kratom, period, in these areas. Would this legislation preempt those laws that are already on the books?
I would prefer to defer to legal opinion, but my opinion would be that it does not. They can, under the authority of home rule, those jurisdictions can implement policies that may be more strict than what we have here.
Can we have somebody legal weigh in on that? Because I think that's very important for our cities and counties to know if we pass something that is less restrictive than what they've already passed.
I would prefer that someone from legal opine on that. And I don't know if that can occur now. What I think could also occur
Someone over there.
is language could be expressly added to state that it shall not affect a local entity's or local governmental entity's ability to operate under home rule. I don't know if anyone's coming.
I'm trying to get them, Senator, hold on just a minute.
The answer is we do not know.
Senator Turner Ford, on that note, I'm going to ask that we not vote to remove the reverse repealer till we have the answer to that question.
And that is understood. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, Senator Pope. Senator Pope, okay. Senator Jordan, do you have a question? What purpose, Senator?
Since the senator has asked that it not be used, then I don't have a question, but I did have a question about where would it be sold, and would you have to have ID and certain things for this dangerous drug, very dangerous drug.
ID would be required.
You do yield.
I do,
Okay.
yes, sir. ID would be required, and that's stated that photo ID must be presented. It must be, the point of sale must be behind the counter of the establishment. Does that answer your questions?
Behind the county, and ID must be shown before
it can be purchased.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Tate? Senator Tate? Senator Tate, do you have a question?
I just got to know.
Okay, I think someone's messing with you. Okay, let's see, Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
Do you yield? Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
I do, yes, I yield.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. When we were in committee, this got amended, and as I understood it, and I may have rolled in late that day into committee, but it was no synthetics, just the flower, just the. Are we on Kratom? If I am, I'll sit down and take the thumb. I'm sorry.
I think I missed, you didn't finish your question, so.
Right. This is dealing with Kratom, correct?
It is Kratom.
Okay. So in the Drug Policy Committee, we were addressing the subject matter of Kratom, and we passed something out that removed the synthetics, but if I remember correctly, allowed the leaf, the natural leaf and its maybe derivatives, powders, to be allowed, and that's what we sent down. What in this is different than what we had passed out?
First of all, what we passed out of committee scheduled the Kratom product. This bill does not do that. It imposes a restriction of the fact that it cannot be sold to anyone under 21. In terms of the percentages that are available, it does limit what can be made available for sale. And so the percentage of the 7-hydroxymetrogenine, I think it is, cannot exceed 1%. And then the naturally occurring is basically untouched.
Okay, so it's strictly a regulation bill.
Synthesized,
I just want to
yes.
make sure.
This is what is typically referred to as the Kratom Consumer Protection Act.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Polk, what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Polk?
I do yield.
Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm a little confused of what we're asking questions on, so I'm going to throw these questions out there and let you decide if we can answer them or not. On your bill that states what must be published on the label, which is mainly ingredients, things like that, do you have a minimum font style, type, size that it needs to be?
No, that was not addressed. That is not addressed in the bill.
That needs to be considered. I don't think us old smoke folks are going to be using it, but I sure would like to read what's on the label. And they can print things now so small you can't see it. And also, I think you need to consider maybe the QCR codes of not allowing that to be used. Has that been considered?
It has not been.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay, there are no further questions, Senator.
If I may, let me just say this as a point of information. It is my understanding this is the only vehicle alive at this point that can in any way address Kratom. And while it does differ from the position that originated in the Senate, if we do not have this, I think the apprehension is that we will not be in a position to address it at all this legislative session. So if we know that it is dangerous, what I would ask the body to do is to whatever extent it is comfortable, I think that we need to move something from before so that we can continue to address this matter.
Okay, but your amendment currently that we're talking about, it removes the reverse repealer. That's what we're on now,
yes,
correct? Okay.
That is correct.
I wanted to make that clear to everyone. I could see some puzzled looks on some faces. So you move to adopt the amendment?
That is my motion,
Okay.
and I would ask the body to vote no.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. So all in favor of the amendment, say aye. All opposed, no.
No.
And the noes have it. The amendment has failed. Now, Senator.
And I believe that we have a committee amendment. Has that been adopted? Okay,
We've adopted that.
If the committee amendment has been adopted, I would move that we would pass on the morning roll call. We would adopt this legislation on the morning roll call.
All right, seeing no questions, Senator, just to use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator. That was complicated. All right, now we'll go to 199. Senator Bryan.
I ask that we pass item 199 and go to item have it retain its place on the calendar, or go to item, and also pass item 200.
Senator asks that we pass and retain items 199 and 200. We'll go now to 201. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I have a unanimous consent request on a bill that was passed yesterday that I would like to go to and ask to be considered.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I think it's up on the screens as well. This dealt with House Bill 1614. We request unanimous consent to correct an error in the title of the Adopted Committee Amendment Number 1 to House Bill Number 1614, amend on line 4 by deleting the words "or procuring." The "or procuring" is not necessary, legal tells us, and was put in there by mistake, so we're just trying to take those two words out.
Okay, does anyone object? Seeing no objection, Senator, that is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to go to item 201, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 565, Board on Law Enforcement Officer Standing and Training, require law enforcement agencies to report terminated officers to.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill, please.
Senator Sparks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 565 amends Section 45611 so that when a law enforcement officer leaves the employment of a law enforcement agency, that departure shall be reported to the officer standards and training individuals who hold that certification, so that if that officer moves to the next location, that his certification or her certification can move with them. If an individual leaves a law enforcement agency under a disciplinary matter, that would also be reported to the board to address the licensure or the certification that the individual has, so that they're not hired by the next agency without knowledge of the disciplinary matter at the last agency. That is a brief explanation of the bill, and I would yield to any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion.
All right, I have, and I just want to double check, we had a committee amendment that.
Let's see, yeah, we do.
I believe we do. That
we need to amend, we need to adopt it.
Adopt the amendment, that's correct. If that amendment is up on the board, it added the words "during the time of noncompliance." So failure for the law enforcement agency to report properly could impact state funds, grants, et cetera, that they would utilize, but only during the time of noncompliance, and that's the purpose of this amendment language. I would yield any questions on the amendment.
No questions, Senator.
If there are no questions, I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator, amendment's adopted.
If there are no further questions, I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all. Whoop. Senator Berry as no. Senator McClendon as no. Senator Barrett as no. Senator DeBar as no. I have McClendon already. Senator Williams as no. Are there any others? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Okay, we go to Senator Wiggins. On 202, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that items 202 and 203 retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 204, call that up, ask the title be read.
We'll pass and retain items 202 and 203. Go to item 204. Please read the title.
House Bill 1387, Kinship Payments for Foster Children, advise who may be paid.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really a simple bill. It's requested by DHS, and payment, so that you understand, payments have been coming to foster parents and those to parents that have CPS custody. And what this is doing is allowing the payments to also go to what are fictive kin, meaning family members or those that are close to them. This will also allow federal funds to be drawn down to help them as well as the agency. There is no appropriation from our side that goes with this. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Make the usual motion. Sorry.
We've already used the
Move
morning.
passage on the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that items 205 to 209 be passed, retain their place on the calendar. We go to item number 210, ask the title be read.
Pass and retain items 205 through 209. Go to item number 210, House Bill number 1366. Please read title.
House Bill 1366, Judicial Office Allowance and Court Fees Revised.
Make the, we have a strike all, Mr. President, and be allowed to explain the strike all.
Yeah, we need the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Wiggins, go to the strike all.
Thank you. We had the Senate bill, which was to address the judicial allowance for our judges, and this is the House version. The House had placed a number of things about out-of-state travel and also space to be paid for if there wasn't suitable space being provided. What the committee did, actually Appropriations did, was we limited that back down to where you see on the strike all lines 20 to 23 about out-of-state travel for CLE classes and the allowance to be used at the Mississippi Bar Convention. And with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to take any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's adopted, Senator.
My motion is passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use for roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
Mr. President, I would like, without objection, to suspend the rules and go back to item 186 on the calendar.
Senator wishes to go back to 186. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 186, Senator.
I call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 624, Criminal Investigators Increased Salaries.
Senator.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. This is the House's bill for the raise to the district attorney's criminal investigators, and it's raising it to $75,000, as you can see on the language there. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Pope, for what purpose?
President.
Yes. You yield. Okay, Senator Pope. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When was the last time the investigators got a raise?
I think it was 6 years ago.
6 years ago. When was the last time legislators got a raise?
I was told it was 1987. I think the judges have gotten a raise in the last 2 years. statewide officials, state elected officials,
statewide officials were given have gotten a raise. The state employees have gotten a raise. I said judges, district attorneys have gotten a raise. And we continue to have requests for raises to keep up with the private sector. So I may be missing somebody, but legislators, it was 1987.
So pretty sure we could say legislators have not received a raise since everyone else in state government. Is that
I
correct?
think that is completely safe to say. And for those, and it's public record, so the salary of a legislator is $10,000.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, Senator Hill, did you have a question? Senator Hill, do you have a question, Senator Hill?
Yes.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I do.
Senator Hill.
Mr. Chairman, this would be paid solely out of the county budget, or is there any supplement for this?
No, this is state. The state pays for criminal
Oh,
investigators.
so this is
and
nothing to
DAs.
do with the district attorneys?
No, it does. These are district attorneys, investigators.
So they're fully funded by the state?
Yes.
Okay, I knew that they got some supplementary funds, or maybe like one person was funded. So even if they have more than one, that's still paid by the state?
Yes, so there is a separate code section that sets out how many investigators are allowed per district attorney.
Judicial district based on the population or the number of cases, or?
That's what we're working on, but yes, it's been that way for a while. And so I'm just making up numbers, but it could be 2 in one place or something.
So this is if I added right, $12,000 raise?
Yes.
Is that right?
Right.
And what
let
do
me
we
say,
make in legislative session? Is that $12,000? Is that what we make while we're here?
No, since, to Senator Poll's point, since 1987, it's $10,000, which, by the way, inflation, nothing else has been adjusted for. Everything else has been adjusted for inflation. And so that's $10,000 back in 1987 dollars on that.
Right.
And when you fill out your tax returns, I think everybody does that. The income that is there as a salary is $10,000.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Seymour. Senator Seymour, did you wish to be recognized? Okay. Senator Sparks, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield?
I do.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this increase is for investigators, and I think, as you stated, in the code, the state allows for a particular number of assistant district attorneys that are paid by the state.
Yeah, so I was going to answer that, but she was asking about criminal investigators. In the assistant DAs, which are called legal assistants, the state pays for, we set out how many the state pays for, and then the counties, they have slots that the counties can pay for.
Right. So in other words, the criminal investigators, they can also, we have a certain number that the state pays for, but there's no prohibition that the state, the local unit of government can't supplement those salaries or hire one on their own, correct?
As far as I understand it, yeah, that's right.
And sometimes the pretrial diversion programs and things like that, the fees that come into it, a local district attorney's office uses to either hire an additional ADA or investigator or plus up somebody's salary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm a day late and $1 short, I think, or a bill late and $1 short. But 1366 that we just dealt with, that was staff attorneys are in that bill, but we didn't give them an increase. One version of it had an increase.
The staff attorneys are for judges.
That's correct.
Okay, and we did that last year.
Okay.
We did that last year.
Okay. But
we raised them last year at the request of the Chief Justice and the court. And part of that was because they are, kind of to Senator Polk's point, we're going to the private sector. They weren't having the staff attorneys there, so we raised that last year.
Okay, but that was an additional increase, or at least a correlation to the ADAs was in that bill at one point, 1366. And I'll move on. That's not the bill we're on, but I
I'm
just
not
want to
sure
make
what
sure.
1366 was, but.
Okay, it's the bill we just passed.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Younger, what purpose?
Friendly question.
You yield?
I do.
Senator Younger, recognized.
Just curious, what do they make?
So right now it's 63,000, and it's going to 75,000. And as has been explained to me that, and if you're all familiar with the law enforcement, and some could say this is a good thing that different agencies have increased their pay for law enforcement officers, which has forced the DAs to have to look at, the district attorneys to look at that, because they're being hired away by their law enforcement locally. So, and the investigators are the ones who help in trial. They go out and obviously investigate cases and do that. So, and they are law enforcement officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Senator moves adoption of the strike. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Wiggins.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Okay, we go. Let me go back over here where we were. We go to items 211. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on item 211, go to item 12, House Bill 186, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 186, Energy Efficiency Service, Public Contracts, Extend Repeal thereon.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 186, all it does, number one, is it extends the repealer date to July 1, 2028. And the second thing it does, it explicitly states that an entity may use any source of funds available to enter into energy services contracts. Previously, the law allowed these contracts but didn't clearly specify that any type of funding could be used. So this clarifies that language and it extends the repealer date. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I yield for any questions.
See no questions. Senator, motion?
Yes, sir. I ask that the bill be passed upon the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 213, House Bill 767, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 767, Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission, revised composition of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 767 amends Mississippi Code 55-1521 to change the composition of the Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. It currently has 5 members, all of which are residents of Claiborne County. This bill will add 2 members, making it a total of 7. Those changes will be 5 will be appointed by the governor from Claiborne County, 1 additional member will be appointed by the Speaker of the House, and 1 will be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor. That's an explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I yield for any questions.
See no questions,
Okay.
Senator.
And if I could make one clarification, it will be an additional member appointed by the governor from the state at large after considering a recommendation from the Speaker of the House. I don't think the speaker can make the recommendation, make the appointment, but he can suggest it. So that's an explanation, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Okay.
And I yield for questions, and if there are none, I would ask for passage on the morning roll.
There seems to be a question. Senator Butler, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Butler?
I do.
Senator Butler?
Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In there, you say that there will be 5 recommended by, is that the governor or the lieutenant governor?
There are 5 members will continue to be appointed, so it's going to be a continuation appointed by the governor, and they're going to be from Claiborne County, and I understand that's the current law. And then the new law will be a member from the state at large, recommended by the speaker, appointed by the governor, and the final member will be appointed by the lieutenant governor from the state at large. So it'll go from 5 to 7, 5 still being from Claiborne County, 2 from the state at large.
Okay. And the one that will be appointed by the state at large, will that be upon the approval of the board?
No, sir, it's my understanding it will be a recommendation from the speaker to the governor. The governor will make that appointment. That's an at-large position, as well as the lieutenant governor's appointment will be an at-large position.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Sorry, I went ahead and changed it to 8.
All right, we'll go to item 214.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 214, House Bill 924, and have title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 924, Creating Logic for Efficiency and Accountability, Clear Act, Create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike-off.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will have, for the desk, after I explain the strike-off, we'll have an amendment that I want to make sure that Ms. Allison has at the desk for us here. But what House Bill 924 does is, this comes to us from our peer committee on both the House and the Senate side. They have worked diligently to try to put a lot of these concepts together. So the title of this bill is called the Creating Logic for Efficiency and Accountability Reform, the CLEAR Act. This has been a big push by Senator Robinson and the other peer members in here to try to get this together. So I'm going to go through this. We've got different areas of expertise, and I will tell you before I start here, I have consulted with the chairs of each of these committees that are touched here, along with peer, and about these efficiency and accountability measures. So I'll walk you through the bill. The first key provision of the bill is that, and again, each one of these makes enhancements to oversight, efficiency, accountability, and collaboration. So the first thing I'll describe is in Section 2, it's oversight of state agency rules. This establishes a program within peer, the peer committee, to review newly adopted state agency administrative rules. I know in the past, Senator Hill and in particular, and I've had detailed conversations about some of these rules coming out. This will allow peer each year to look at 15 of those rules and to just give some feedback to the legislature on it. I know that wasn't a request to Senator Hill, but I did think of you when I saw that provision in this. So those rule assessments would be due back to the legislature annually by December 15th. Section 3 of the bill has to do with some education policy changes. In Section 3 deals with technology and disaster recovery. In Section 3, the State Department of Education will aid school districts in creating technology plans and disaster recovery strategies. So it doesn't describe how they'll do that, it just says that they will be taking that on. They will be doing a survey biannually to assess the school district technology capabilities, which I think will be beneficial to our technology chair. Section 4 of the bill has to do with investigations of school personnel. It just states that standardized procedures for investigating school district employees will be mandated. That's lines 241 through 243 of the bill. Section 5 has to do with the school nutrition program support. In lines 287 through 296, says that the State Department of Education will provide resources to improve school nutrition programs as far as the efficiency and participation rates so that we know that those needs are being met in our school systems. Section 6 has to do with school district accounting procedures. The department will conduct an annual review of accounting standards to improve financial clarity and accuracy. Section 7 has to do with education transportation services, and this just states that the department will assist districts in optimizing school bus routes for cost effectiveness. Moving on to items that touch more health care. In Section 8, and I've spoken to Senator Blackwell about this, the Medicaid non-emergency transportation program, the peer committee will conduct performance evaluations every 3 years to assess cost efficiency. Earlier today, Senator Blackwell continues to work on this issue as I've worked on in the past, so this will just allow peer to look into that on a regular basis. There is also a conforming date change on line 1221 that changes that date to 2029, also to conform with Senator Blackwell's work as well. The next section, we move into the education scholarship accounts, ESAs. In Section 9, it adjusts the ESA funding so that the amount equals the adjusted base student cost. Again, we're just conforming with what Senator Barr passed last year. And again, I've spoken with Senator Barr about these changes and made sure that Education Chair is aware and has looked at these adjustments that are made here. Section 12 and 13 has to do with parental guidance, especially for students with disabilities. The parents of eligible students must be advised of other alternative scholarship programs when they're considering an ESA. Some of these include like the Nate Rogers Scholarship Program or the Dyslexia Therapy Scholarships. And this basically says before a parent might make a decision to pick an ESA as a decision for their child, we want them to know what alternatives might be available to them through the public school system ahead of time, so they're not making a decision without knowing what resources are available in the public school system ahead of time. The next section I'll jump to of change, it has to do with the PRISM work program, Section 21. I talked to Senator Sparks about this a little bit as well. It clarifies in Section 21 in lines 2022 and 2023, 2,222 and 2,233, that deductions from wages under the PRISM Industries Work Incentive Program must be based on post-mandatory deductions, and it gives more financial accountability and reporting to peer on how these work programs are being used and how effective they are in reducing recidivism over time. Section 6 of the bill has to do with charter school regulation. In the bill you're looking at now, it has established staggered terms for the authorizer board. In consultation with Senator DeBar, in just a moment I'm going to offer an amendment to remove that section. It has another provision that would adjust the annual per pupil allocation, and Senator Barr has suggested a direct appropriation on that, which I will also be addressing in an amendment in just a moment to make sure his concerns are addressed on that. Section 7 or Section 24, or the seventh component of the bill, includes our mental health task force recommendations. If you recall earlier in the session, we passed Senate Bill 2597. 2597 put into place some of the recommendations from the mental health task force that Senator Barr, myself, Senator Boyd, a number of us in here worked on, and would allow those to move forward as well. The eighth component I'll mention here is in sections 31 through 34. This has to do with peer committee subpoena enforcement. As has been explained to me, peer often has questions about things that are going on and has been unable sometimes to get agency heads or other people to the table to get answers to questions and to make some issues transparent to the peer committee. And so this would allow them to have that. I will go ahead and mention that in that section, I'll have a slight amendment to there. The process serving was in the peer recommendation given to the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate, and the suggested change that was delivered to me would be that would be given to a representative of the Department of Public Safety to actually make that delivery, because that's more in line with what they do on a regular basis. And then the final part of the bill is a state self-insurance initiative, another peer initiative. It's a study on self-insurance for state properties. This would be a task force to assess the feasibility of self-insuring state-owned buildings, with report and recommendations to be finalized and sent back to the legislature by November 1 of 2025. So I know I touched on a number of different topics here. These are all peer bills that you were given ahead of the legislative session. Senator Robinson is holding up a packet of these recommendations. I will say that in talking to my counterpart on the other side, the intent was to try to put these accountability issues together, get them attention as a block so that peer can move on and actually, get a few more things done in the work that they are doing. And this is supported, of course, by our peer president right now, Senator Robinson, and I just spoke and have been speaking with the President-elect Kevin Felsher on the House side. So I yield for questions.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I did, if he's ready to take questions.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Certainly.
I didn't quite hear what you said about where we were talking about rules and regulations, and you mentioned something about that bill that I had wanted a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but even this session, about emailing us their things that they're sending out for public comment. What was your?
Yeah, so in section 2 of the bill, it establishes a program within peer to review newly adopted state agency administrative rules. Mm-hmm. They will look at up to 15 of those a year, and they will report what they find back to the legislature by December 15th.
Okay.
So they will not, of course, be able to look at every regulation.
Right.
But my hope would be that peer could pare it down to ones that have concern and get us the information, much like your bill suggested, I believe.
Well, my concern was I wanted them to send it to us before the rule's adopted, because after it's adopted, it's too late. There's not a whole lot we can do about it. I wanted them to send us an email to the legislature when they send it out to the Secretary of State's office for public comment, so we'll know what these agencies are doing, if we want to know. And if the legislature doesn't want to know, that's fine with me, but this legislator does want to know.
Right.
So
and I will agree with you on that, Senator Hill. I know I've worked with you to pass that bill before.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got the ability in this bill to make that happen. But I certainly will continue to share that concern and work in that direction.
A couple other questions I had about the bill. On lines 241, it says the State Department of Education shall set parameters for the districts as to what constitutes an employee misconduct investigation, so that comparisons between districts can be made. Is that saying that there's going to be a uniform plan as to what constitutes misconduct made by the department, or are they just going to look at the investigations of each school?
I think the goal there in conversations with peer is to try to have uniformity, and have, if one school system finds something as misconduct, I think another one should have the same feeling on that.
Okay.
And so that's uniformity, as I believe the goal of peer on that.
I don't disagree with that, but I know that we already have a lot of statutory language about what school employees are supposed to follow. We have a code of ethics for teachers that's statutory. So we have stuff already that's statutory. I guess my concern would be, what is that going to look like if the department sets the parameters of what employee misconduct is? What if a school feels like there's employee misconduct, but yet the department has not set the same parameters as what that school board would feel like is misconduct? I think that's something that is a little bit concerning. I mean, I know that some schools have let way too much go on, and I think that that's probably an attempt to address that. Would that be true?
I would say, and I've been, and again, you know, this is a conversation to be better held by our education chair, Senator DeBar, but just in my interactions so far with Dr. Evans, I have found him to be very easy to work with, and looking at the entire state as a whole.
Yeah.
And so while there have been times where I maybe would have reservations to language like this, I, at least at this state and at this moment in time, feel like he will do a good job in actually getting uniformity and making this.
The other question I would have is on lines, I think it's 334. The State Department shall develop a guidance for districts for use in assessing and optimizing bus routes with the goal of improving transportation services. I guess my question is, how is the State Department going to know every county and what bus route is going to be cost saving and determine the best way for them to run their buses in a timely manner and pick up kids? To me, I don't see how that they could actually come in and help a county when they don't know the counties.
Right. I think the key word there is the word guidance, you know, and not actually setting that schedule. They might be able to, using resources that are available at the State Department, find a better way to more cost efficiently, you know, select a bus route or something to that effect.
Yeah,
But
I
see it as teamwork.
I appreciate your work on this, but
regulation.
I'm real concerned about giving these tasks to the State Department of Education that I think maybe be better handled by the locals, but I do appreciate your working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Very good questions.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A question.
You yield, Senator Bryan.
Certainly.
Senator Bryan.
Mr. Chairman, some years ago, I used to say that what we ought to do is just come down here in January and pass a piece of legislation to put the entire code in conference and go home, and come back in several months and pass whatever the staff did with the code and be done with it. That was a joke, but looking at this bill, it seems to me we're getting mighty close to that. I guess there's some code sections that are not in here, but it sure seems to me we're sending a huge number of code sections to conference with, I guess, a conference report that could do anything, just about.
So
should I be concerned about that?
So in a moment in my amendment, and I actually, ahead of this discussion, I've had some discussions with Senator Blunt in committee. I gave my talking points to Senator Simmons ahead of time. My intent is to remove the reverse repealer and send the bill to the House for concurrence. And should conference be invited, and if anybody is wanting to move or bring anything into code section beyond the parameters of what peer has recommended, my intent would be not to invite conference and to let the bill die on the calendar. This is a peer bill. This is not an education bill. It is not it's not set to bring things back up, and that is the assurance I made to my committee, the assurance that I made to some of the members in here, and the assurance that I will make to you on those same issues.
It seems that we're giving the peer committee an awful lot of work to investigate this, that, and the other thing. Are we giving the peer committee enough staff and support and funding to do all this investigating we want them to do?
That would be a good question for your peer committee members. I think you have Senator Robinson, Senator Horn, Senator Blackwell, Senator Polk, Senator McMahon, and Senator Younger are peer members. So I'd ask you to address that question to them. But I will say this, in just talking to kind of the council for peer, I heard this comment given to me. You know, peer has been making recommendations for many years, and Ted Booth, after a meeting, said, "This is as far as we've gotten with any peer recommended issues, in the entire time that he has been serving in his role at Peer. I do think that if we could get some of their recommendations moving, it would free them from bringing the same issues and things back over and over and over again. And I think reduce burden on them and allow them actually to look at some of these rules and regulations and make some recommendations to us that would be favorable. But I don't anticipate that, Senator, but that will certainly be a question for Senator Robinson.
Well, don't you propose to have peer review every single rule from every single agency?
No, we've capped it at 15 per year. That's the peer recommendation because they do not have the time to do that. And again, these are not my recommendations. These are the ones from peer, and I think they picked the number of 15 in their deliberations because they felt that that would be a number that they could accurately look at and report back to us on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. Now, I do think we have to adopt the amendment before we can adopt the strike all on this, so I believe
Okay,
that's the proper.
procedurally, I think the
Isn't that correct?
is
Yeah.
at the desk?
Yes, sir.
And I'll repeat what I said in the amendment. So the changes here, once you got it up on the screen, the changes to the bill have to do with the charter section of the bill. As I mentioned, what we will be doing here is removing the staggered term provision of the charter organizer board as suggested by Senator DeBar, and we will be removing the language that said up to 3% of annual per pupil allocations received by a charter school from state and local funds for each charter school. It authorizes will be replaced with the legislature shall fund the authorizer through appropriations. And then further on, as I said, instead of the sergeant at arms delivering the process, if any type of legal notification is made, it will adjust that to say that the sergeant at arms shall deliver to the Department of Public Safety the request to deliver that process, so that the person delivering the process would be an agent of DPS and not the sergeant at arms himself. And that was a request that came from our sergeant at arms. And then the second page, if you'll put this up on the screen too, the second page of amendments here are just conforming the title to do the things exactly like I described. And then the last part of the amendment is to remove the reverse repealer. And as I mentioned to Senator Bryan a moment ago, the intent would be to send this to the House for concurrence. And I did have conversation with Representative Felsher and told him the changes and that kind of thing. And I anticipate they will view these as favorable. But as I stated, there will not be a move by myself or anyone to move code section into conference that would get outside anything that was recommended by peer. So I yield for questions on the amendment.
All right, questions on the amendment? Senator Bryan, not on the amendment. Senator Polk on the amendment, or on the strike on this amendment?
On the amendments.
You yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the amendments, I think I heard, I can't see it, it's too small, but that instead of the 3% administrative fee going to support the board, that will become an appropriation from the state.
Right.
Now, it's my understanding the 3% comes from the school itself right now to the authorizer board. And the 3% the school has is actually funding that follows the student. So if we appropriate for the administration of the board, then, and all the money still follows the student, wouldn't that mean that the state of Mississippi is actually supporting the board and there has been no harm to the school as far as their funding? And wouldn't that put their onus on the state And there would be areas with good schools like Lamar County that don't have charter schools actually supporting charter schools.
I would defer to the Chair of Education on that question. Again, this amendment was by his request. I trust his expertise on this, and I do know that he is also our subcommittee chair on education, so I do think he's looked at that and is aware and able to make that appropriation, but I'm not sure, Senator, as to the answer to that question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Polk.
Okay, I see no further questions on the amendment. Oh, there you go. You lit up. Senator McClendon, you have a question.
Yes, sir, please.
Do you yield? Senator McClendon.
Reluctantly.
Senator McClendon?
My question is, will Peer be investigating or looking at the vetting of redistricting maps at all? Do you know?
You can see the reason for my reluctance. I have no idea, Senator.
Do you think that's something that we probably should be looking at?
That would be a question for the peer committee.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so there are no further questions. If you want to
move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now we go to the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all. As amended.
Adoption of the strike all. Are there any questions on the strike all? I see no questions. All in favor of the strike all say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Now we'll go to final passage. Senator Bryan would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have concerns about the bill that I was going to mention. If these are recommendations from the peer committee, I would have, I think, felt better if they had been considered one by one, but they're all in this bill, which seems to have a lot of moving parts. The specific concern, and this is an example of what I'm worried about, the issues Senator Hill raised about telling the State Board of Education or peer or somebody, I don't know who, to go get involved in all the bus routes of the state. I don't know that our local districts need assistance in determining bus routes. Maybe so. But the true disturbing thing is that in a supposedly an effort to obtain uniformity, to have disciplinary matters and misconduct matters determined at the state level and not at the school district level. One of the reasons we have local control of schools and have school districts is our different communities vary. Different communities have different problems and different issues. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. It also may be the case that there's an incident in one school district where, all things considered, the school district prefers just not to make an issue of this. And in another school district, the same thing would be a very major issue, and they do decide to make an issue of it. An example of where we got carried away with this, I think, was a bunch of legislation about weapons and guns at school, and we had laws or regulations that required punishment of children. And you have situations with children inadvertently having a pocket knife at school, and the school no longer has the authority to say, well, you shouldn't have brought the pocket knife to school. They're required to send the poor child to some alternative school or something. This sort of thing can get out of hand. I have grave concerns about why on earth we would want somebody in Jackson trying to overlook disciplinary matters and misconduct matters in the various local school districts. I know it's just one provision of a bill, but I'm pedaling as fast as I can, and there are lots of pages in the bill. In fact, there are a lot of pages in the title. But those are my concerns. And I'm particularly concerned about what I hear about education. I'm very much relieved, and I appreciate, and I certainly accept the statement from the chair that this is not a vehicle to go meddle with every code section that's in conference, but will more or less be restricted to the matters that are in the bills as they stand. And I appreciate the chair saying that relieves a large number of my concerns. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Fillingham, do you have a question for, no. Thank you. Senator Hill, did you have a question of Senator Bryan or the chairman?
No, I wanted to speak also.
You want to speak? You're recognized to speak.
When Senator Bryan and I agree almost wholeheartedly on something, people might ought to pay attention. This bill is extremely overreaching. Whether Pierre wanted it or not, it's extremely overreaching. There's no reason whatsoever, as Senator Bryan said, for the State Department of Education to get involved in bus routes in local school districts. They have enough to do. If you talk to our teachers, they can't seem to get certificates out. They can't seem to get transcripts that's been sent to them. There's so many complaints that I get. I don't think the department needs more to do than what they're already doing, and obviously we get a lot of complaints about it already. A uniform policy as to what constitutes employee misconduct, I've got real concerns with that too. I trust my folks on my local school board more than I trust somebody that I don't know making a policy in Jackson. The people of this state sent us, the 52 people in here, up here to make law. They did not send us up here to give every code section to every agency to promulgate rules and regulations and run the state. I know it's easier for us if we defer to these agencies, therefore we have somebody to blame when something goes wrong. But I take seriously what my folks want me to do, and if you see what's going on in the federal government and the tone, the bipartisan tone across this country, people are sick to death of powerful agencies, and why are we standing here giving them more authority and more power over our local people that are supposed to be making the local decisions? That's why I will not support this bill. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. While those concerns are certainly, interesting, I have other frustrations in this state, that we have issues that we need more control over, and we aren't able to find answer to those situations no matter how many times we deliberate a bill. I can name several bills that jump to mind, but I do think that our Department of Education is moving in the right direction. I've sat in education meetings this year, and I've listened to reports come and how we've moved up in education rankings. I thank our chair, and I thank everybody in this Senate chamber for those moves. And I do think that these small changes that have been suggested by Pierre can actually create additional improvements and should not be justification to vote against every other good portion of legislation that is included in this vehicle. With that, I would move adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
We're still on the strike call. Senator, did you have?
I believe I moved for adoption of the strike call as amended, and it was approved.
Oh, it
so
has.
we're on final passage.
Okay. Did you have a question, Senator Hill?
I have one more question.
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Yes, I do believe, I agree with you that we have made some progress in education, especially when it comes to our 3rd and 4th grade NAEP scores. But we've also had, would you agree, many decisions that maybe have not worked well in education in the state of Mississippi.
Right.
And am I in the position to where I can show this to the people. Can y'all see this?
I can see it.
Can y'all see this? Can y'all all see this? Y'all see how that graph goes straight down? How it went up and then it went straight down? Can y'all see that? Would y'all be surprised, would you be surprised to know that these are our ACT scores in the state of Mississippi since 2001 to 2024? And we listened. Didn't we listen to the State Department of Education? Didn't we listen to the State Department of Education when they told us to adopt Common Core standards?
Mr. President, I just ask that if there's a question, Senator Hill just form it as a question, with all due respect.
Didn't this body, well, I don't know if you were here, but didn't this body deliberate over education standards in 2015? And the department ultimately won out and we got Common Core standards, is that correct?
We had a number of conversations on that, and we made changes. With Senator Hill, I don't think we were talking about that on the bill. I will share this, that if we have problems in the bill with bus routes and another small technical change with the numbers of years that Pierre has put into the research and things on all of the issues in this, I think it would be sad if we decided to kill this bill over a provision regarding the bus routes. I will say this: I will speak personally with Dr. Evans as I will with our education chair, and if there are reservations about that, I will be happy to bring any bill that is necessary next year to clear up these recommendations from Pierre if necessary. Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Blunt, what purpose? Okay, thank you, Senator. All right, the senator has made a motion. He suggested the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, we'll start over here with Senator Hill, Senator McCon, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Seymour, Senator Ladner, Senator Jackson. I'm letting them catch up with me here, guys. Hold on just a second. Senator Simmons. Who's that? I can't see who that is. Jordan. Blackman. Okay, Blackman and Jordan, Turner.
Frazier.
That Bulgarian's horrible. Senator Frazier. Okay, Senator Thomas, Senator McClendon, Senator Rhodes, Senator Berry, Senator DeBar, Senator Fillinganes, Senator Chazanal, Senator Bryan, Senator Whaley, Senator Chisholm, Senator Bryant, Senator Thompson, Senator England, Senator Norwood. Those blinds are horrible. You see those people in the back, right? Okay, anyone else wish to be voting no? All right, would you please read off the no votes? Let's make sure that we have it correct.
Voting no or nay: Hill, McCon, Suber, Tate, Seymour, Ladner, Jackson, Simmons of the 12, Jordan, Blackman, Turner, Frazier, Thomas, McClendon, Rhodes, Berry, DeBar, Fillingham, Chazanal, Bryan, Whaley, Chisholm, Thompson, England, and Norwood.
Senator Hickman, were you a no vote? Yes. Please record Senator Hickman as no.
Killed it. Go ahead.
Here, can I hold it?
Oh, wait a minute.
Check with Robin and see what she thinks.
The bill has failed 26-25. We actually have a vacancy at this time, so it failed by one vote. The bill has failed. Senator Blunt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold that bill on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Okay. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Motion to reconsider item 140 on today's calendar, House Bill 1306. My motion is to motion reconsider the vote by which it passed.
Okay, please join the chairman. All right, anyone else? All right, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 215, House Bill 1293, and have title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 1293, Pat Harrison Waterway District revised eligibility criteria for appointment to Board of Directors.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
I'd like to recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1293 is simply changes the, I guess, some of the restrictions on board membership. And what it does, if you'll see in the bill, appointments cannot be current members of Board of Supervisors, full-time elected officials, or a county employee, and that change is made to prevent conflicts of interest. That's an explanation of the bill. Let me say one other thing, Mr. President. You'll see at the top of the bill, it's by request only, and it's titled as that because this was this representative's first bill. So having said that, I yield for questions.
I see no questions.
If there are no questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 216, House Bill 917. Have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 917, Public Records Act exempts certain records containing client information concerning development projects.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that was introduced by Senator Hobson last year. We passed through this body. It was introduced again by Senator Hobson this year. It's alive in this vehicle now in House Bill 917. It extends the public records exemption from 2 years to 4 years after information is received, and it makes a clarification that while a project proposal is under review or negotiation, client information remains confidential, and that specific investment breakdowns and tax incentives agreement documents under the MFLEX program will also not be subject to disclosure. Yield for questions.
I see no questions, Senator. Motion.
Seeing no question, my motion would be adoption by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour, no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please. Senator Wiggins, no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill has passed. All right, we'll go to item 217. Senator Parker, you pass. Pass and retain that item. All right, we'll go to item 218. Senator Fillingham, pass and retain. Go to 219, Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan passed that item, pass and retain. All right, now, Senator Bryan, did you wish to have something else? Well, we'll see if anybody want to go back on any item first, but I think you had an item or amendment or something you wanted to do. You're not going to do it? Okay. Okay, any further business? Senator Hobson, announcements?
Announcement, Mr. President. Thank you. Appropriations Committee will meet tomorrow immediately upon recess tomorrow morning. Thank you. Room 216.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Tate.
Announcement.
You recognize.
5 minutes after recess in room 409, Veteran and Military Affairs will have a brief meeting. We've got 2 nominations we need to take up.
Okay, Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to hold item 210, HB 1366 on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairman. Senator Blackman.
Announcement, Mr. President.
You're recognized for announcement.
Senator Barnett asked that I remind the chamber that at 5:30 it's going down again, and you're all invited to the barbecue cookout at the farmer's market.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michelle, announcement.
Announcement, yes, sir, Mr.
You're
President. Thank you.
recognized.
Members of the Senate, you're reminded that today Innovate Mississippi is presenting their Connect Networking for Entrepreneurs reception at between 4:30 and 6:30 at the Fertile Ground Beer Company. You're all invited to attend.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for an excused absence for my desk mate, Senator Parks.
No objection. Excused absence been granted. Okay. I think I don't see any other announcements, no other business, so we'll go to Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess until 5 p.m., at which time the Journal will reflect we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Senator Blackwell moves the Senate stand in recess till 5 p.m., at which time the Senate Journal will reflect we stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess.